Welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. I think we skipped last week because of scheduling conflicts, but we're back. And then there will be another big gap before the session after this one because of how these things work out. And just to provide, actually, rather than me doing the summary, Yogi, what happened last time?
The mage, we staked him out and we saw that he was leaving the city, so we chased him down and killed him and his associates. And then we kind of got more info on that sect, I guess. I don't know what to call them. I wouldn't say it's a cult, but it's something.
Organization. That's the ultra generic way of referring to it.
Yeah.
Rebellion.
Rebellion, oh my.
Insurrection.
Extremist group.
So you learn more about this group, and then what? Yogi?
What? Oh, we learned more about the group, and then Peach went to go get him, I guess, or went to go pick up something from the main city that I forget what it was.
You guys intercepted them as they were leaving the city, got a letter which indicated where a PO box was. They wouldn't call them PO, but a security box was in the capital city, which Renesmee went to go recover because there was some suspicion towards the governor. And then you just sort of told the governor that you were doing it. So an idea floated at the last session was to make your way to the city of Ravinia, which was the next one on your list. And wait for Renesmee to catch up to you there. So, do we want to continue through with that plan? Technically, we don't have to go to Ravinium. I mean, you can go to any city within the Reginian Peninsula that you haven't already dealt with. You were trying to go clockwise-ish. Or counterclockwise? Wait.
Counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise. So if we're headed to Ravinium, it'd be something like that. But technically, you can go wherever. So what do you want to do?
Can we take a boat?
You can take a boat, yeah. Flamium has a very inactive harbor, but if you are willing to wait a couple days, then yeah, you could find a boat that's going to Ravinium.
Would it be would it be faster?
It'd be faster to go there by land, just because of how inactive Flamium is as a harbor.
It would also be
why
cheaper
is
by land.
Flamium so inactive?
They explored it a bit in the last session, but they've largely been supplanted by Regia and Ravinium as bigger ports. The reasons why that happened, you never quite got to the bottom to, but Ravinium in particular is a much bigger harbor than Flamium.
Isn't that, like, objectively the shortest route across the...
Yep.
Yes, maybe barely.
I mean, it kind of is, yeah. The thing is about the Hammer's Fall is that as you can basically anywhere within like this area can all be crossed pretty easily because it's been doing so for it's 1280 now. They started it in the 600s, so it's been 600 years of crossing that sort of like band of the Hammer's Fall. So it's not especially risky to do anymore. The only time ships disappear in the Hammer's Fall is when monsters rear their head.
Oh, was the main like risk navigation?
Yes.
Errors and
Yeah.
things not. Well, yeah, I see. We can not wait for the boat then.
Okay. So we're just going straight to Ravinium?
Yes.
All right.
Is that the next town? Where's that?
That is the next town. It is the one to the bottom, southeast of where you are now. Now, you guys do have a bit of a transportation problem. You lost 2 of your horses in the previous session due to a fireball.
You can't prove that. Oops.
Yeah. So we technically could do it if we're willing to.
We all have to double up, I think.
Yes, that is exactly what needed to happen, because without Renesmee, you don't have to worry about her. So there's only the 4 of you, and technically you have 2 horses. But I didn't know if you wanted to purchase some more, because now a fireball would completely remove your ability to be on horseback.
Why don't we just... Yeah, why don't
Sure.
we buy a couple
How much does a
horses?
horse cost?
Yes, horses here in the city of Flamium are more expensive than in other regions because, again, economically depressed. But
Is
they
there
can be.
like a special price because we're like, servants of the Empire would need them?
Yeah, you get the usual price, which is the economically depressed area of Flamium. So you can get a horse for 1,500 pence or 15 gold.
Resources died. It was mine and Peaches.
No, yours and
No.
Grania. Peaches
No.
survived.
Grania. Okay. Well, I'll buy a new one.
Okay, sounds good.
What about Grania? Will she buy a new one?
She has $0.
Based.
I'll buy a new one for her so she doesn't slow us down.
All right. She is the least adept horse rider amongst you, so she's slowly getting more used to it. But yeah, you can get a new horse for Grania. And once the four of you have, dropped a couple, purchased some horses in Flamium, what is the word? Investigation. There it is. I was like, the word wasn't right there. The investigation in Flamium about everything that happened last session is still ongoing. The independent arbiter has arrived, and rather than doing arbitration, he is now leading the investigation into the Sons of the Republic. The place is crawling with legionnaires, sacking buildings, attempting to uncover the depths of how deep this conspiracy went. But as was explained last session, the governor doesn't have a lot of use that he can get from some judges who aren't big investigators, nor you guys aren't really full-on legislators or anything like that. You're not going to be investigating this and then prosecuting all that stuff. So that's been left to other people, and you guys can start going to Ravinium by horseback, going around the abandoned city. It's going to take you 2 days across familiar countryside. This was the first route that you guys took out of Mythos, headed southward. It's when you were going to the Deadwood frontier. This is the sort of path you traveled along. So it's relatively familiar country. As you guys travel across the countryside, some time is passing. We are in May, so it is about smack dab in the middle of spring. And you don't really interact with much people until slowly the city of Ravinium comes into view. Do you guys need short rests or long rests or anything?
I could need a short one.
Okay, you technically got 2 short rests during your journey to Ravinium, since you spent 2 days out in the countryside.
I think I got pretty hurt, so I should heal up.
It'd be useful.
Same. It's not good.
All right.
Who's this rush fella?
The what? Oh, who's this rush fella?
Rush fella.
True.
He's rolling quite the amount of hit die.
Yeah. Also, as you know, Ethan, you get back all your fighter stuff on a short rest.
If you recall correctly, I participated in the fight 0.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You just saw a
Lost
distant.
nothing.
Yeah, you just saw a distant.
Yeah,
the
just
fucking
the fucking
blast.
the nuclear explosion in
Yeah.
the distance.
Is there a little going to a little retconning? I
Sure.
might have
What's
forgotten to
the?
pick up my mithril arrow after the fight.
Okay.
Could I have done that?
I think you roll 1d2 to see that.
Yeah, roll a 1d2. As you're riding outside the city of Flamium, starting the journey to Ravinium, you realize that during all the hubbub of the previous day, you hadn't actually checked for arrows, so you ride across that same patch of road in search of your arrow. Roll a d4 instead of a d2. If you get a 1, you get it back.
No.
On a 1 I get it back. Okay.
Yeah, on a 1, you get it back. Okay,
Well,
unfortunately, it is lost amongst the reeds around the battlefield. A tragic loss, but you'll be able to recover.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah.
If I do damage equal to half my fighter level and I'm at 9, is that 4 or 5?
It's rounded up, so whatever that number is.
5. Cool.
There we go. I'm glad we resolved that. I feel like my brain is moving very slowly today. Yeah, so you guys head across the Sedan River, past the cursed city of Samnia, and through the Regianova countryside. You pass by the village that Peach stole her first piece of civilian property, the place where she acquired Nami. And you come to the city of Ravinium. As it was the last time you left it, it is a frontline city, meaning it has great stone walls. It is heavily fortified. There is a legionary contingent at this place, and the countryside around it isn't as rural. It's almost like devoid of a lot of habitation because this territory is so under threat by the forces of the Deadwood. Moving towards the gates, it is a trivial affair to enter the city. But shortly after doing so, like you have, flashed your judge's badge towards the legionnaires guarding the gate, you travel through, and the captain, who's just waved you through the gates, will sort of jog after you to catch up and say, "Wait, are any amongst you Maximus, Judge Maximus?"
Yes, it's me.
Ah, there's a letter that we were supposed to deliver to you. I suppose you're the only judges we've seen so far. I'll go find the messenger. He's from the Department of Civility.
What is it? Oh, all right then.
And the captain will send one of his soldiers to run off and recover it. And you just sort of languish. People pass by, some glance at the 4 judges just waiting there. But sure enough, a young man dressed in the finery of the Department of Civility will run over. He's clearly a courier, not like the owner of the message, and he will hand you a letter. It is sealed with the Department of Civility seal, and it's sort of like a purplish tinge to the paper used to craft the letter.
All right, I'll open
Before you open it,
Oh, okay.
maybe, just in case, check if it's if it's a fake. What if it's an Timpani knife?
I'll look at the courier who handed it to me.
The courier looks up at you.
Is there something that signifies you're an official courier?
Well, of course, the seal on the letter, sir.
I'll look at the seal. Does it look real?
Can I help him with that?
Yeah, I think Severus has more expertise here, so just roll me a investigation check.
Us separately or him with a band?
No, just you. I think for Maximus, it has the Department of Seal logo, which is a stack of
there
coins,
you go. Yeah.
I think. What's the Department of Civility symbol? Oh, it's a loaf of bread. Yeah, so it has the Department of Civility symbol. The only question is... Yeah, and Severus feeling along it. Technically, someone could have stolen a seal. It's not too hard. They're present in every major city and even many minor cities across the Empire, but this was definitely stamped by someone in the Department of Civility or who possessed their seal.
And the letter itself looks not like it's been heavily tampered with.
No, the seal has definitely not been broken.
Yeah, that's probably fine.
The
Alright,
courier
I'll open
will,
it up and
now that you've received the letter, he'll
read it
run
to
off and you
myself
can...
first.
Yeah, it reads, "Fellow judges, I found a document in the deposit box within the Great Department of Coin. It indicates that a group that we called the Patriots is actually called the Sons of the Republic. I will tell you more when I meet you all next, but I need to stay in the capital for a couple of days to help the Department of Civility and Faith with their investigations. Good luck in Ravinium," and it's signed Renesmee.
Ah, an update from Renesmee. Says she, the group we've been talking about is called the Sons of the Republic.
Have any of us heard of those before?
Nope, up to now, you'd just been calling them the Patriots as a sort of stand-in because I think one of the letters had mentioned, called, other people
It
within the
was
group's Patriots.
the guy that we spoke dead with.
Yeah, he said that
there were
his...
Patriots all over.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, but this is your first time hearing that name.
She won't be with us for a few days. We'll, carry on without her, I suppose. Sick. Alright then.
Okay,
Let's continue on our way.
where to?
Did you you say we were already in Ravinium?
Mm-hmm. Inside the walls of the city.
As we pulled up. Okay. Let's head to the governor's house then.
Yeah, what time of day is it actually?
After now, it'd be later in the afternoon. And in the city of Ravinium, it's not a simple governor's house as it was in Flamium or even Regia. Here, it is a true palace. Once this would have been a military installation, but it was since converted to a sprawling complex inhabited by the governor of Ravinium. It is colossal and has its own dedicated garrison. So you guys can move through. Yeah.
That's not normal, is it?
No, it is not. You guys have actually been near this place once before, before Severus and Grania were in the party. This is where you guys actually met Severus, and you learned a bit about the palace then, that it is essentially a frontline institution. Like it exists so that in event with war with the Deadwood, you can run the entire war effort out of this place.
Ah.
Who's the governor?
The former governor was Governor Domitian Jania, who you guys were sort of investigating. I don't know if you recall that arc, but there was some suspicion regarding the governor that he may be plotting against the Empire, but you found no evidence for that. Regardless, though, during the sort of purge that afflicted the Southern Legions, the governor was sacked, and so there's a new one that you guys have not met or heard anything about yet, because he's only been in his position for about 5 months.
Well,
it's
let's
gonna
go
be
make
like
ourselves
Lars.
acquainted.
All right. You make your way up the hill in the direction of the governor's palace, and you notice some strange differences in Ravinium. You travel along the main street as you approach the palace, and the coffee houses, which once littered the streets of Ravinium, they were sort of like one of the largest cultural institutions in the city, are all boarded up. You pass 3 of them, which are closed in this sort of manner. You also notice that on 2 street corners of the 4 that you pass, so about, half of all street corners, there are what look to be priests, not clerics, just your average everyday priests, and they seem to be attempting to woo people into speaking with them. They're like waving pamphlets and speaking in mythos to the people passing by and saying, "Your city is false in its beliefs. We can cure you of that. Please join us in the Church of Aurelian Soul." And they are largely being ignored by the people passing them by.
Quite odd. Quite odd indeed.
Can we make a small
this-
detour?
Where?
I just want to check if specific local coffee shop is still open.
How far is it?
How far was it? Parkour?
Which specific one are you trying to visit?
The one I worked at for a bit a while ago.
That would be just off the main road of the city, and you can sort of move a single street over and find that on this road as well, there are 3 coffee shops along its length, all 3 of which are closed and boarded up. They don't seem to have suffered any damage, but they seem to have been shut down.
Bad. Do you see any familiar faces?
No. And, you'd expect those familiar faces to be inside of the establishment, but since it's locked up, you're not sure what they'd be doing anymore.
Right. Moving on.
All right. You continue your way in the direction of the governor's palace. You pass by the symposium, and you begin your way up a series of switchbacks, which in the event of a siege would be heavily defended, but are now basically empty. And you notice that along this length, you see a lot of symbols of Clan Ignia, the clan that finds itself leading the Department of Faith. And as you basically enter the courtyard of the governor's palace, you notice that rather than there being legionnaires guarding various entrances and things like that, there are the very rare and very small numbered temple guard. These essentially only exist within the capital, traditionally, to guard temples and things like that. They're almost always paladins of various orders, and yet here you see about 15 of them just guarding the governor's palace. And then there are, of course, clerks, and if you would like to acquire a meeting with the governor, you'd likely want to approach one of them.
Let's do that then.
Okay. You dismount from your horses, And Father Rixion, you probably see one or two familiar faces amongst the Temple Guard. They are rarely deployed for war, but in the Galentine War, a small contingent of about 50 or so of them were brought southward to assist in fighting the army of the Necromortis. But you can continue.
I'll
Oh, yeah?
wave to him.
Yeah, you wave, and one of the temple guards seems to, just maintain his very strict posture, but another one will give you a familiar wave as you guys make your way across the courtyard towards a clerk. And you can approach a sort of young man with a shaven, bald head. He has a holy symbol around his neck, and he's sort of sitting at the clerk's desk, and he'll look up as the four of you approach.
Hello, we're judges of the Empire, Mr. Governor.
Oh, all right. Do you have a meeting?
No, we'd like to arrange one as soon as possible.
All right. And for what business would you like to meet with the governor?
Who has the mandate on them?
I believe that was Father Rixion.
Rixion?
Yeah.
Imperial business.
Yes.
All right, then. If that's rather vague, so let me look.
Well, we can just show him the mandate, right?
Sure, if you'd like to.
Oh, yeah, so there you go.
Father Rixion, may we show him the mandate?
Yeah, I'll pull it out.
Yeah, you take the mandate. Basically, obviously he doesn't take the time to read it, but the clerk recognizes it as a writ of orders, and he'll give it on and say, I see. Well, the governor can probably see you in a couple of hours.
That's quite right.
Alright, yeah.
You can wait here, or in the temple.
What happened to all the coffee houses?
They've been closed. They are seen as unpious.
Oh, rise an eyebrow. Last time I had coffee, it didn't feel particularly unpious.
Well,
Is
All I
Is
can think
coffee,
about...
considered like bad?
not
Is it, like, a
traditionally,
drug or
no.
something?
No, traditionally it's considered to be not even really a drug. But the clerk will shake their head and say, well, Governor Queso Ignia is of a great disagreement. He believes this city here is one of great sin, and he has brought along me and many other acolytes from the Department of Faith to help make this city better.
I understand.
Ah,
Well, and I'm sure we'll be assisting with that if we can.
Perhaps. It has gone quite swimmingly. A great number of anti-imperial organizations have already been shut down, political clubs, student groups, and the likes. We have not yet had a proper burning, but I'm sure that once the victims are found, the pyres will burn once again, as they should in any proper imperial city.
What about the economy? Is the governor not afraid that closing down this many businesses might affect the tax collection negatively?
Why should we worry about the flow of coin when we are talking about the flow of our immortal souls? They cannot join Aurelian Soul if they are preaching ill words against the Emperor.
Naturally.
The clerk seems rather excited by all of this conversation. He has sort of a gleam to his eyes, a fanatical gleam that Father Ixion, you rarely see looks like that outside of, the most devoted members of the clergy. So it's odd to see it on the face of this, young clerk. But if you have no further questions for him, you have a couple of hours now to do whatever you wish with.
are there any kids open?
Yeah, you can walk over towards the top of the ramparts and look down into the city and sort of get a vibe as to what is and is not open. You notice that in the former quarter of the city that was once called the Old Town, it's where you guys had an encounter with a sort of student group. It's being rebuilt. You can see a number of buildings down there under construction. Also, you can see that...
But that place was considered, cursed.
It was considered cursed by the locals, but clearly the new governor has no respect for that local belief. You notice that restaurants are still open, bars are still open. It seems as if the main places targeted Maximus are in the Symposium and then coffee houses. Most other things seem to be largely untouched.
In the Symposium?
Yeah, the sort of college of the city. You notice that there are 3 buildings that have been boarded up and are under guard by local legionnaires.
I'll wander over to those buildings.
Okay, yeah, you start making your way down the ramparts in search of to figure out what's going on there. Severus, Rixion.
Father Rexian, do you think it's... Do you feel particular evil, anti-pious regard in this town? You've been to Ravenium before, yes?
If it's, is it just, what does he mean when he was saying like general unpiousness?
Who knows?
Okay. And this is the town that's closest to the Deadwood?
Yeah.
Or one of them?
Yeah, it is the closest by far, yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure. The Deadwood is very close. Maybe some of their necromancers have come under stealth, but nothing off the top of my head. Nothing I'm feeling innately.
Do you believe it is? Do you believe even if there were organizations such as this, do you think it's worthy of closing down an entire major industry in the city?
Is it a major industry? Is it? I feel like it was just... How many coffee shops were there that are now getting shut down?
There was only about 20, but there were two major sort of unique characters of the city of Ravenium, which was one, young men are expected to carry around dueling swords, and two, it's coffee industry. It's like basically one of two things.
So this is like a super like they're doing some kind of religious thing. Where would I find the pastor or the person, like the religious person that's kind of mandating all this?
Yeah,
well, they said it was the governor, it sounded like. Queso Ignia, that is likely. I mean, he said Governor Queso Ignia, so it seems as if these are coming from the new governor.
Does he have a cleric or like father in this town that's like part of his entourage?
Yeah, I mean, you can go back and ask the clerk, or you can make your way to the new temple.
Yeah, I think we could go to the new temple.
Yeah. The temple in question is a part of the governor's complex. It used to be a library, which you can still see that there is, like, above the lintel of the door, there's still carved into the stone, it says in Mythos, library of the governor. But the rest of its sort of facade has been transformed into that of a temple. And you can head on inside. Severus, would you like to join Father Ixion?
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, that leaves Grania. What do you want to do? Maximus is going off in the direction of the symposium to figure out what's going on here. Rixion and Severus go into the temple to figure out what's going on, and you got a couple hours before your meeting with the governor.
I don't know. She doesn't really have any money, and she doesn't have anywhere to go. She'll probably just go look for maybe local children to play with, or just walk around until she finds something interesting.
All right, there you go.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If I see her like walking off on her own, I guess I'll follow her instead.
Okay.
Because I'm scared she's gonna get in trouble with some crazy fanatics.
Oh, not be able to explain herself.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
Even with a judge's badge, they might be insane.
Yeah. All right, then we'll do Father Rixion first, since his destination is the closest. You basically just head right across the courtyard. You walk through that little lintel thing labeled Library of the Governor, and into the interior, which all the bookshelves have been moved out. It has been replaced with wooden pews that are clearly like meant to just be as a sort of stand-in until more proper things can be placed. At the far end, you can see that a sort of shrine is in construction. And there are currently, since it's not a main service time, construction crews busy at work transforming the interior of this library into a church. And overseeing the work is a man with white robes with golden trim and a large pointy hat, which is the best indicator of rank. He is likely an ecclesiarch, which is essentially like the religious equivalent of a governor. They would be the chief religious official in all of Regia Nova, which is the province you're currently in. So, what now, Yogi?
Oh, I thought you were talking to Severus. I guess we just walk in, right?
Well, it is now just you.
Oh,
Severus has gone off to follow Grania.
Oh, well, suit yourself then. I'll walk right in.
Yeah, the ecclesiarch is speaking to several other like lower-ranking religious officials.
As an ecclesiarch, what is that?
Like a provincial governor. Like they rule the entirety of the faithful within Regia Nova.
Okay. What would, as a pastor background, where would I be in this? Would I be one of the lower guys, or would I be
prior to becoming a judge? You would have been of the rank of father, also known as a presbyter, which is like a priest. It's like one above from the lowest.
Okay.
So this guy would be he's even higher than a judge in terms of like political authority. So he's equivalent to like your boss in the Department of Faith.
Okay, but would he still kind of be my boss?
No, not directly, because technically he's in the Department of Faith, but he's like in a whole different branch of it.
But he's in the more religious-focused branch.
He's within the clergy, specifically, yeah.
Yeah, and I think I still hold them in high regard. So
okay.
So I'm gonna.
Well, yeah, he's surrounded by he's surrounded by several lower-level religious officials. He's talking about where things should be placed into the interior of this church, and if he's doing it, it means this is going to be his new seat within the province. And you can approach, and I think a couple of lesser priests will sort of part when they see you. You are rather distinctive looking, a bit intimidating as well with that single glowing golden eye. But the interior circle, directly speaking to the ecclesiarch here, is made up of very high-ranking priests. So I think you wait your turn a bit. But eventually...
I don't recognize this specific ecclesiarch, do
I? No. In fact, almost none of this inner circle do you recognize. So they likely weren't here back in the Galentine War, which was about 3 years ago, or you would know most of them. The Emperor.
The Emperor himself appointed this guy?
Yes.
Okay, then in the same way that he appointed me judge, or like in a more personal?
Much more like fancy, and this person likely spent, their entire life as a cleric, and then after decades of service was given this massive ceremony and made an ecclesiarch. Yours was done through a letter and then a 2-second meeting with the Emperor, just like all other judges.
Okay, so this guy, I kind of revere this guy and I respect him because of that, because he went through the whole Emperor thing, and if he's good with the Emperor, then
okay. Well, yeah, you can after he's finished speaking to several other priests, seeing your golden glowing eye, he has 2 temple guard following behind him, but he will walk over and say, "Greetings, my child. It seemed as if you had wanted to speak to me."
And I just would address him as ecclesiarch, or?
That'd be the most proper way of doing it, yeah.
Okay. Ecclesiarch. I'm a judge that was being sent around to each province to speak with their governors. I came here, and it seems like there's a bunch of commotion going on over piousness with regards to coffee shops, books.
Of course.
To know sort of what exactly has been happening.
Well, as you know, the previous governor was removed from his position due to, treason against the Empire. The whole of the Southern Legions were purged for similar reasons. The Consul Militum, several high-ranking centurions. This city, too, was investigated for a great number of indiscretions. And now that Clan Ignia has taken its rightful place as governors of this region, we are able to cleanse it. And us in the clergy are more than excited to assist the governor in his new task.
Is this typical? The closing of shops?
No, it is a harsh measure. But for such a unpious city, such things must be done.
I see.
There were political groups openly criticizing our God and Savior, the Emperor, and for them to do such a thing draws doubts on the clergy. Such things are unacceptable within a functioning empire.
Of course. Is there anything you'd have me do to help? Assist?
You are a judge of the Empire. It is your duty to carry out the Emperor's secular laws. If there are any great concerns I have about the city, I'll make sure that Inquisitors are called for.
Okay.
Though, the Inquisition is always looking to bolster its numbers. If you feel as if, as a judge, you are not doing enough, you could always put in for a transfer.
So what's the difference between an Inquisitor and a judge?
Judges are directly appointed by the Emperor. They enforce secular and sometimes religious laws because in the Empire they're sort of one and the same. Inquisitors are appointed by the Emperor, but it's at the recommendation of the Department of Faith. Additionally, they can only enforce religious laws. So they're sort of like the religious equivalent of judges.
Okay.
Their power is far less broad-reaching, though.
The power's okay.
Yeah, like they can't investigate senators or things like that.
Okay, so then I think that my place is better served as a judge. I've got more discretion.
The ecclesiarch will nod and say, "Well then, I will not push you away from your task. I will say, though, if you have a chance, you should come back and see this place once it is complete. I believe it will soon be the finest church in all of Regia Nova. My funding was massively restricted under the previous governor, but now the coffers are open to the church."
So he's saying he gets more money now?
Yeah, and you should come visit once the church is done.
I'll be sure to pay it a visit.
Wonderful. And the ecclesiarch will move on to another priest. The other priest seems to have some questions about the internals of the church. It is interesting to see, a library that has essentially been stripped out all its furniture and is sort of in the... You're not a big architecture person, but it is interesting to see a building of such splendor that's been entirely gutted and barely has, wooden furniture now. But with your questions answered, you still got a couple hours before you are going to have a chance to meet with the governor, so what do you want to do?
Probably just look around this library, sort of envision what I think it'll look like.
Yeah, you can picture where soon there will be curtains and banners and where the central altar will be. There seems to be a number of other priests doing similar things. It's not often that a new, great church of the Empire is made, so it's nice to get there on the ground floor. All right.
Okay.
Then we can cut to Maximus. Maximus, you can start making your way down to the symposium. This is more in the city proper. It's not within the walls of the governor's palace. Here, you don't need to, flex your judge's badge to get anywhere. You can just sort of walk on the open streets, or I guess ride since you're with Mickey. And you can get closer to the symposium, and you find that those 3 buildings that are essentially locked down with legionnaires, those actually do show some signs of damage. Specifically, one of them has burn marks along the parts of the structure that are made out of wood. Most of it's made out of stone, but you can see some of the beams, support beams along the interior. Some windows are broken open. Some damage has come upon that structure.
Interesting. All right.
And there's just a single, contubernium of 7 men standing at the entrance, just lazily on guard duty.
I'll ride up to them.
Yeah, I mean, some of them will glance over and see a man in armored plate and come to attention. Others will glance over and see an officer's patch, so they will largely ignore you. But the Optio, who is in command of the group, will walk over, and he'll sort of look you up and down and say, "Greetings."
Hello. I'll show him the judge's badge.
That seems to connect some dots in his head. He'll give a nod.
What's with why are these buildings shut down? What did they used to be?
By order of the governor. As for what they used to be, I don't know about the other 2. I wasn't told about them. But this one here used to be the building on, what do they call it? Language studies and poetry.
Is that the one with damage marks?
Mm-hmm. This is the most heavily damaged of the 3 structures.
What caused the damage?
It's hard to believe, but apparently a bunch of symposium students started rioting once they learned about the new laws being passed down.
New laws?
Oh yeah, closing the coffee houses, no gatherings more than 20 people without express permission from the governor, those ones.
Is that the reason symposium buildings were shut down, or was that by separate decree?
I think it's just because they were rioting. Me and my men were off in Fort Romulus when this all came down. We were reassigned.
How is Fort Romulus doing?
It's battered. Why? Have you been there before?
Yeah, he's down there. How long ago were we down
About
there?
5 months ago now.
I was down there about 5 months ago.
A judge. Oh, were you at the Battle of Fort Romulus then?
That was... Yes.
Ah. I see. Me and my men, we got transferred from the plains. I gotta say, I prefer this gig greatly.
Yes, from what I've heard, things aren't too hard.
He just sort of shakes his head. Either way, there's a riot, and now we can't let any boys in.
Are they going to do something with the building? Or...
He shrugs. But I don't know. No repair crews have come, if that's what you're asking.
All right, then. I'll wander off.
Yeah. What else? What else would entertain Maximus in the coming hours? It's rare that he gets free time like this.
It is rare. Let's see. Everyone still has. Does everyone still have their dueling swords? Or is that also?
Yeah, you can ride. I mean, the symposium is still active. There are still classes going on. So as you ride away, as you begin to clop, along one of the wider sort of cobblestone paths through the symposium out back towards the street, you see two young men walking with a stack of books in their arms, and they each have dueling swords at their sides. So at least that hasn't been banned yet, though. I mean, it sounds like the church is clamping down pretty hard here.
How does that whole thing work? Whole dueling thing.
What about it?
Like, is it like, oh, you minorly insulted me? Time for us to duel.
Basically, yeah. But this is not a empire-wide thing. It's largely just in the province of Regia Nova, almost even just in the city of Ravinia. It's banned in the legions, and here, at least last time you were here, you got the vibe that yes, you kind of do it at the drop of a hat, but you only do it to like first blood, and sometimes not even that. But they're used pretty frequently. Though some groups have protested their use.
No magic?
No magic, certainly. Yeah, certainly no magic.
Well, when in Rome, I'm gonna go try and start a duel.
Okay, well, I mean, you see those two young men walking into one of the sort of circular buildings. If you want, you could try to go intercept them, though I'll be honest, do you even have a dueling sword? I think you just have like a broadsword meant for killing people.
I have a warhammer. That can avoid killing.
That's not a dueling sword.
It's the first blood, and I have a warhammer. Ha-ha!
Yeah. Do you think that'd be viewed as like legitimate?
No.
I'm sure you can go buy dueling swords.
Probably not. Yes, I'll go. Yeah.
All right. You have been to the city before and met a number of the city's blacksmiths when you were trying to sell off something. There's something that you had that you were trying to mithril chain. You're trying to sell some mithril chain, and you met with like 6 different dwarvish blacksmiths trying to get the best possible price until
Didn't they fucking hate you at the end? I swear.
Didn't they need to go talk? No, that was a different guy.
That was a different one. Yeah, this one they had to get together a coalition of shop owners to purchase it. All the dwarvish shop owners joined together and purchased it from you because of its historical significance.
Do they remember me?
Well, yeah, you can go in search of a dwarvish blacksmith. The outdoor shop was the one that gave you the best prices, so you begin to navigate your way back there, and, you approach, there's a human apprentice that's currently just pushing on 2 pairs of billows in this sort of outdoor shop, no dwarf to be seen, and then crawling from underneath a sort of a workbench with a hammer that he must have recovered from down there. The dwarf begins to walk over towards a flat table to go pound on a curved plate, but he'll see you just sort of languishing in the entry. It's hard to say entryway, but sort of at the entrance to his sort of outdoor shop, and he will glance over, and you see his dour dwarven features, his large, ruddy nose, his sort of puffed up cheeks. You recognize him, of course, and he sort of looks at you for a few moments, and then his eyes widen, and he sort of sets down his hammer and stomps on over to you and looks up at you. Welcome back, Lord Judge.
Thank you. I'm in need of a dueling sword.
Course. You using this to duel or for actual fighting?
No, this will be for dueling.
All right. And of course, because you gave us that chain, which, is still very dear to us, I'll give you a little discount compared to my usual foppish customers.
You are very generous.
He gives a nod, and he stomps away, and he grabs off a large... There's like a sort of... it's a shelf, essentially, of completed works that haven't been stylized at all. So they don't have, like, any cool shit to them. They're just basic patterns of swords. And he will grab a very, very thin. Skinny, that's what I was thinking. A very skinny blade. A rapier is a weapon of war, typically. So what he grabs, you could describe as sort of like a fencing blade. It is so ridiculously thin that even if you stab someone, like, it probably wouldn't do much to them. And the tip of this is also dulled. And he will take that off the rack and bring it over to you. It's a bit long for your tastes, but, I mean, in terms of grip size and everything, it matches you pretty well.
Is a rapier only dex?
Rapier is only dex, yeah. Well, actually, no. Finesse means does finesse mean it's only dex, or that it can also be used with dex?
I believe it's optional.
Let's take a look. Yep, you can use strength or dexterity.
Oh, all right, we're good then. Cool.
And he'll hand the blade up to you. You take down over to you because you're not going to be mounted on horseback. You'll take a couple swings with it. It is so flimsy. Like, it feels like a piece of wire attached to a handle. This is just, it's ridiculous. It feels dumb, but this seems to be what they use.
So it's just a mechanically it's a rapier?
Mechanically it's a rapier, but it does 1 damage.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
How did Renners used to fight with these?
Because they're not weapons of war. They're meant to be. They're meant to be.
It's like,
yeah.
It must have felt so weird.
Yeah. Oh, I actually found the perfect example of what I was thinking of in my head. One sec. They're like, I can't easily show the stream, but they're like that, where it's literally just a long wire attached to this very fancy base.
Isn't that just a fencing?
Yeah, it's basically a fencing thing. Modern fencing blades aren't even really blades, though, because they don't have a sharp side at all. It's just a little knob at the end. But yeah, it's basically, it's pretty close to a modern fencing blade.
It has nothing added to its damage. It's just 1.
Just a 1. Yeah, it does 1 bludgeoning damage.
Not 1 plus strength or anything
Nope,
like
just
that?
1.
Alright, cool.
No killing commoners today.
1 bludgeoning, you say?
Yeah, bludgeoning.
It's not piercing?
No,
Really?
the tip is specifically dulled.
Type to sharpen.
Oh yeah, you would poke.
Yeah, the pain, the quote-unquote damage would come from you pushing it, of just a piece of metal into somebody.
Already?
Yeah, and after you take a couple test swings, the dwarf will say, "That there will be 400 pence."
400 pence. Right.
Fogo.
Yep, okie dokie. I hand him 4 gold.
That is 4,000 pence.
Oh, you said 400 pence.
Yeah.
How many silver is 1? How many pence is 1 silver?
20.
I think it's 20 silver that you need.
That sounds right, yeah.
Wait, 20 pence per silver?
Yeah, so like Yogi just said, you need 20 silver.
Okay, yeah, I
So-
hand him 20 silver.
Okay, yeah, you hand him over the 20 silver.
10 to 1.
No. Gold is
Fucking
1,000 pence. Electrum is 100 pence. Silver is 20 pence.
Oh, right, Electrum. Right.
Yeah. You hand over the 20 silver. He takes it and says, "Is there anything else you'll need while you're in the city? We could make it now. Perhaps you'd like some touch-ups on the paint on your armor. I can see that in some areas the engravings are starting to get a bit dull."
How long are we gonna be here for, do you think? Well, how long will that take?
Well, if, let's take, he sort of does he just fully, like, inspects you. He walks around you, looks at, because you have, only 2 areas that are very fancy, which is the chest, and I believe once in the past you got the helm sort of fancied up a bit, so he'll look mostly at the helm and the chest and say, probably the afternoon.
Does one wear, like, armor and such while they duel?
No.
Disappointing.
Yeah, and again, you're not sort of raised in this culture. This is mostly tidbits you got from an Esme / when you were here last time.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Can he do Mickey's as well? I mean,
That will not. That'll take many days because Mickey's is way more fucked up than yours.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, just because he's like traveling along. Like in terms of what you've done since you last were here, you fought on the Deadwood frontier. Then you went to that Gela Isle. Like Mickey walked through so much.
This is a new set of Mickey armor. This is plate most of the time.
When'd you get this one?
Didn't you get this one in Mythos after the...
Oh,
yeah,
this is after Gela Isle.
This is
from like 2 weeks ago then. Yeah, he can fix that up like in a couple minutes. He mostly just needs to clean it up, yeah. I forgot it was so recent.
Yeah, okay. I'll drop off all of my armor with him.
Yeah, you spend the next 15 minutes with the blacksmith getting off Mickey's horse armor and then getting off your armor. It's a lengthy experience. And eventually he'll start, cleaning all the little eccentricities, applying new silver leaf to areas, fancying up both your armor and that of Mickey. And Mickey seems thrilled to not have the weight of his horse armor on it, because he normally, he doesn't sleep in it, but basically every other time of the day he's wearing it, so it's nice not to have 60 pounds of armor on him.
I guess. Isn't it, like, twice the weight?
Oh, is it? I'm not, Oh, you're right, it's like 120 pounds of it, because it's mithril, yeah.
It's horse plate armor, not human plate armor.
Yeah, so it's a lot of weight, so it's nice to be rid of it. But now that you are, equipped with a dueling sword, do you want to go find a young noble to guffaw at?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right, you walk out onto the street. You sort of just tie up Mickey here because you're not really sure what else to do with him while you're trying to challenge people to a duel. You walk over to the main street, and sure enough, boom, you see a young man. He is seated in the outdoor seating of a restaurant. He has a dueling sword sitting on the table in front of him, and he is reading a book.
What's the first thing I notice about his physical appearance?
Probably the sort of, acne that is growing on his forehead.
Excellent. Okay.
Why are you beating up teenagers?
He's not beating them up, he's challenging them to a duel. One is honorable, the other one's illegal.
See, the key is you have to get him to challenge you to a duel, because then you're not like the bad guy in this.
Genius.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk by him, and as I walk by him, I'll just chortle under my breath and say, "Seems like someone's affected by the pox."
You chortle under your breath.
Walking.
The young man briefly glances up, but returns to looking at his tome.
Lame.
I really thought a guy with a book and acne was going to pick a fight with.
True.
It's a dueling sword. I imagine it's.
My one walked up to somebody in a comic book store, called their favorite superhero lame, and thought he was gonna throw hands.
Yeah, you're about to have a legal duel.
I mean, if the dude had a gun on him, I might.
That's true, but again, all young men in the city are expected to do it, and will essentially be shamed if they don't. So.
Oh.
All young noblemen.
How young is Maximus?
Young? He's like 20. Something. Yeah, 20. Okay, I thought he was late 20s. Yeah, he's not young at all.
He's 32.
Yeah, he's an adult man.
Yeah, he's basically gonna die soon.
Yeah, true.
I thought he was
like gonna die soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 1 foot in the grave, pretty much.
Yep.
All right then. Yeah, no, I'll go find.
Younger than Severus, by the way.
I'll go find a.
Yeah, I mean Maximus knows where to look.
Looks like they actually
There's bars.
engage in this fucking activity.
Yeah. There's bars. I mean, you know where to go. You go find a young nobleman that's day drinking, and that's your prime target. Same as when you were in the legions. So you walk along, not the main street, but the sort of side streets along the main one, so sort of secondary streets. And sure enough, it takes you a bit actually. Like it's not easy to find a senator who's like openly displaying their sword and drinking in the middle of the day. But you do find a sort of stocky, mid-20s man. He is not drinking at the bar, but he's clearly just left it with a female companion about his age. And the two of them are walking down the street, and he's like loudly talking and laughing at a joke he just made.
Does she look uncomfortable in any
Not
way,
uncomfortable,
shape, or
just
form?
like a bit annoyed.
Oh, all right then. Yeah, I'll walk up to the both of them then, and look at her, and see she is very slightly annoyed, and just go, "Oh, I'm sorry, madame. Is this individual bothering you?"
She looks at you, and the senator, young nobleman, looks at you and says, "What do you think you're doing? She already has a boyfriend."
Oh, is that what you think you are? Well, it seems that she could do much better.
Ha! You think she could do it with a man? And he sort of looks down at your waist. A 30-year-old you're old.
Got him.
Old.
Actually
I think
destroyed.
Experience.
Yeah, how many times have you broken your nose and scarred yourself? With that many scars, you can't be good at whatever it is you do.
Sheer numbers, my friend, and you clearly haven't engaged in anything.
Oh, yeah? And he sort of, says, "Fine, then." He looks around the street. It looks at, there's not many people stop to look, so he just looks at his girlfriend and says, "Well, then, you are witness to this. I challenge you to a honorable duel without any other intervention."
I accept.
He nods and sort of steps back, and he's sort of staggering a bit, and he will, sort of brush her to the side, and she just sort of rolls her eyes, and he will adopt a dueling stance. He seems to be a competent enough duelist, but he is a bit drunk, so, the tip of his little foil is wandering side to side.
That's kind of lame. All right then, yeah, let's I'll draw my rapier and have at it.
Yeah, make an athletics check. I will roll acrobatics for him. There are rules for armor, Yogi, but Maximus is not wearing plate, so it doesn't really matter. He took off his plate. And the guy's gonna have disadvantage since,
Nice.
So he got a 12, so he got a 19, and you got a 27.
Okay, all right.
So...
Sorry, I thought he rolled a 34 for a moment.
No, yeah, he has disadvantage.
Yeah, I was
so,
like, oh shit.
yeah, he dashes forward with his rapier, pokes towards your ribs. You dance back, and I think the 27 with athletics doesn't represent you having some sort of immense skill. In dueling in particular, it just represents, like, guttural instinct, which is mostly just backing up, moving forward, and then he goes for a maneuver that's very just fine and remote, and then he trips on it because he's drunk, and then you just, boom, hit him right in the chest. And just a tiny bit of his shirt is torn aside, and a little bit of blood from the pinprick, just due to where you punched through is present. And that's about it. He will, angrily stand up, a bit red in the face, but he is not going to push beyond this. He will sheathe his rapier, give you a murderous gaze, and then begin to stalk down the street away from you.
Did he leave his girlfriend?
Yeah, but obviously she's following behind him.
Yeah, madam. And I'll walk down the street.
She will look at you annoyed. About the same level of annoyance as she had before. This is not an effective strategy,
lame,
but it was fun.
Lame as fuck.
Yeah, you just beat a drunk guy at his own game.
It's just lame as... What the fuck?
Wow, has Maximus decided that dueling is cringe now?
Yeah, this is really cringe. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, well then.
I'll go drink normally for the rest of the day.
Damn. He tried out a new hobby and it sucked. Feels bad, man. Surely there would be better dueling opponents than someone that's drunk in the middle of the day.
Surely. Ugh.
But you're not going to go in search of them?
No, Maximus decided this was lame.
All right. Well, that's a modern thing to do. Pick up a new hobby, drop it instantly, Giga Chat. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
already mastered it. What's the point?
Yeah,
At least
already
he ended on a
mastered it.
win, you know.
Yeah, true. He ended on a win. He's 1-0 in his entire dueling career.
Yo!
Undefeated.
Undefeated.
I'm gonna
All right. You go to get
tell
drunk,
Leslie
as is
to
usual.
get
Standard fare. Okay.
Yeah, what if I was curious, what are the rules for
If you wanted a proper duel, what you'd have to do is you'd probably have to go sign up for like a dueling association and then get placed into like ladders, and then you'd work your way through that. It's essentially its own sport category. So
Sure, but what's the rules for armor?
no, none. Like the typical uniform would be just pants with like a white shirt. And there are more dangerous forms of dueling, like what Renesmee did, which was judicial dueling. You use more traditional weapons, like sharpened weapons, and sometimes, typically it's for first blood, but sometimes people will go further, especially for more higher stakes cases. Very rarely you'll even have a duel to the death.
That's a full-time job, right?
Yeah, as a judicial duelist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's do one to the death.
Based. Then there's Granny and Severus. So the two, Severus, you're more so just following behind Granny to see what she does.
I'm not like fucking following her. If
Just
I'm not
walking
going with
alongside her.
Walking
Sure.
alongside her. Probably even gonna talk to her. You know, it's crazy.
Oh, okay. What do you say?
Just gonna ask her like, so where'd you grow up?
Was it Placentia?
Yeah.
Or like this
You got it.
I think I should just send out Placentia.
What's Placentia?
Well, it's a proper noun. I think you got that much.
Is it a person or an orphanage or?
We'll just send back the same thing.
No, don't want to share then. Okay.
He's gonna look
Sorry.
annoyed at you and sign the word Placentia again.
I don't. I'm sorry, Brennan. I don't understand what Placentia means or is.
Send back the word place.
Oh, it's a place. Do you know where it is?
I don't think she would.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. I don't know how good her geography would be.
Probably not.
Also,
Looking
have I
right
ever
now.
heard of a place called Placentia?
No, certainly not.
Okay.
Also,
What,
I double-checked Dota, and I think Placentia was the name of the woman. I think the place was called Pelty. Yeah.
Healthy. Same.
Are there any linguistic like giveaways of what region that would be in?
Well, the correct one, which was Pelty, sounds very Tibrashian. Like, there would almost never be an Imperial Mythosian town called Pelty.
Okay. And is Tibrash the whole big area to the east?
Yeah.
Mythosia? Would we
Tibrash
consider all of that
starts.
Tibrash?
Yeah, Tibrash starts here at the Pontar River, and it goes everywhere east of it. So there's one imperial province in Tibrash, and then there's a bunch of independent princedoms and stuff like that. So everything east of like,
Which are all right now with the Son of the
well,
Dragon?
3 of them are
Is
on
that
your
right?
side.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
rest are with the
and
Son
then
of the
how-
Dragon.
Okay.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the Son of the Dragon, 3 with you guys, and then an Imperial province. And that sort of rough line I just drew, that is the Pontar River. So she's somewhere east of there.
Alright. Huh. What was it like growing up there? What kind of place is it? Can't say I've heard of it.
She'll just send back the word fun.
Do you have any hobbies growing up?
Sign back don't understand.
Well, what did you do for fun growing up? What was fun about it?
Sign back the word play.
What kind of games did you play?
will think for a bit, and she seems confused by the question. Like she knows what you mean, but she doesn't know how to answer.
Oh. Alright then. You wanna show me any of the games, maybe? You can play any of them?
She's going to tag him and then immediately start running away.
Yeah, you watch her run away. You know in your heart of hearts.
Based.
I mean, you know you can out sprint her. That's not the question. Like, are you gonna instantly just just sprint down and touch her, or are you gonna like slow it down and try to make it a bit more fun? Because you got that crazy rogue movement, so you can sprint at like fucking like 2 times faster.
50%.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna make it a bit more interesting by just... Yeah, I think I'm gonna just catch up to her immediately and then like somersault into like a nearby alleyway and just see if she catches up. But I'll put a bit of distance between us, but I'll make sure that she has an opportunity to catch up.
Okay, well, first you sprint after Grania, and you know, touch her with 2 fingers, and then make an acrobatics check on how graceful these flips into a nearby alleyway are. Oh. Echo died.
Is he gone?
Instantly deceased after I asked that question. Well. Oh, he's back. Hello, Hecko.
I touched my mouse and I immediately slid up while I accidentally pressed the left mouse click and then landed directly on the X on Discord.
That's very funny. All right.
That was my IRL acrobatics check.
Yeah, roll an acrobatics check to see how... Oof, yeah, you go to flip away.
That sounds about right.
And as you like jump to the right to try to do a flip, you hear the sound of clattering as a cart approaches, and so you have to basically stop mid-maneuver. And so you're just standing there like 5 feet away from Grania, watching as a cart, you know, separates you from the alleyway.
I'm just kind of looking at embarrassed, like holding my hiding my face behind my palm, like kind of going,
Grania, do you take advantage?
Toothy grin on her. Big toothy grin on her face. Like tag him and then try to run.
All right, she tags you. She starts to run away again.
I'm this time I'm going full all out.
All right. Yeah, you sprint after her. And I mean, obviously in terms of game mechanics, there's some questions here, but you guys are on a busy street, which makes gives Granny a couple chances. So we'll just have both of you roll classic dex checks. I think that's what it comes down to. You know, maybe Grania can weave her way through the crowd. She is a bit smaller. She's a bit more lithe.
No acrobatics?
Yeah, I think just dex on this one. You're not doing backflips or anything. You're just trying to weave your way through a crowd. Okay.
Ooh,
Grania's got some speed to her. She's like crawling between legs. She's like sliding over stands. Clearly, she did this a lot and in very varied terrain. You know, she's quite adept at weaving her way through these crowds. But you sprint right after her. At one point, you do like a sort of like wall run of sorts, just like pressing yourself close to the wall, like a partially running on, just keeping your way out of people's things. You slide underneath a sort of roadside cart, and eventually you catch up to Grania, and you know she was probably thought herself to be a bit scot-free, but after sliding underneath that, you catch up and then tag her right in like the mid-back. Now, what is your escape maneuver, Severus? Are you trying to do some fancy shit, or...
Where am I?
Well, you have just tagged her, and you are in a sort of, not really the middle of the street, but more off to like the left-hand side of the street. There's like 2 or 3 people around. There was a fruit stand right behind you, which is what you slid underneath to catch up.
Is there any buildings with climbable like roofs?
Well, every building is climbable if you're skilled enough.
Yeah, is there any ones that are pretty easily climbable?
Yeah, I think right next to you, you notice that, you know, this is one of the older buildings of the city. There's a couple loose bricks, not loose bricks, but sort of like jutted out bricks. There's some issues in the initial construction, so you could probably try to go up that one.
Yeah, just scale the building to the top of the building.
Okay, well then, yeah, immediately after tagging Grania, you sprint into the sort of back side of the building. You start to bound upwards. And Grania, you watch as Severus in the span of, you know, a couple seconds scales halfway up that building.
Grania doesn't hesitate. She casts fly on herself.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Actually just cheating. What the hell?
Basically, in public, you begin to cast a spell, a couple of people nearby gasp, and then you lift off the ground, fly over, and as Severus was just about to pull himself up onto the roof, you tag him, on the top of the head.
Yeah, with fly she's faster than me, because she's 60
Right,
feet
and
now.
she can fly.
Yeah, of course.
So, Granny, what's the strat now? Are you just hovering right outside of his reach, or are you flying off to some distant location? Okay, you hover, 25 feet away from the edge of the roof, just looking at Severus as he's sitting there on the rooftop.
Is there any way I could reach out with a jump?
With a javelin?
A jump.
Oh, okay. If you wanted to hardcore commit to flinging yourself across the road, you could. Yeah, but you would definitely hit the ground hard.
Yeah, no.
I will say though, Granny was drawing a lot of looks. There are 6 or 7 people on the street, a couple more are pouring in, looking at the woman just flying in the middle of the air, just hovering there.
She's still taunting him, or is Severus? She's not paying attention.
How specifically is Granny taunting him? Is she doing the very childish, pointing and laughing?
Maybe sticking out her tongue, maybe doing a little bit jig in front of him.
Damn, he's getting destroyed.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out a ball bearing, and I'm just gonna chuck it, so it doesn't hit her, but it goes near miss past her head.
You have a very high dex. She's not that far away. You can fling a ball bearing and it passes, within a couple inches of your head, Grania.
I just go, can't believe you're cheating with this.
She'll sign back. Let me think for a second, actually.
Well, as Grania contemplates, the crowd below is growing a bit larger, and one person says, "Perhaps we should get the guards." And one enterprising young man, maybe 13 or 14, he runs off.
Oh no. I'm gonna get down off the building.
Yeah, you can descend down easy enough, but
I'm gonna signal for Granite to do the same. Hey. Let's take a... Wait.
He's gonna
I think people are getting a bit
back
agitated.
trick. We'll sign back the word trick.
I think somebody just called the gods on us.
Sign back, nice try.
There's a group of about 20 people now looking
well
up
done.
at the flying person.
I'll say out loud. Don't worry, and I'll pull out my judge badge. I'll go don't worry, it's I'm just testing some of maneuverability in the field. There's no crime going on, everything's fine.
Seeing the judge's badge calms down a bunch of the people, but they remain staring at the flying person. They probably rarely, if ever, seen a flying person.
I'll call the... I mean it, you can come down now. You win.
He'll start slowly moving closer and see what Severus, how his body language and stuff is. It could seem like he's just trying to trick her.
Yeah, you can float down. I don't think it's too presumptive to say that he looks a bit concerned. The crowd is now about 30 people, a couple more trickling in every couple of moments.
Embarrassed at this point.
Yeah. Do you fully commit
to
just
a little bit closer? Yeah. If he doesn't seem like he's going to do anything, then she'll land.
Yeah, you land on the ground. The crowd. Some people start clapping. They just, if it's not something to be concerned about, then it was pretty cool to watch. And a couple more people come in, but they don't see what all the fuss is about, so they start to leave. And slowly the crowd breaks up, and people give you a wide berth. While you may be judges of the Empire, you still did just cast random spells, and a couple people still seem to be a bit off put. But also that young man hasn't returned yet, so he probably is still off getting some Legionnaires.
Well, that's cool for him and all, but we'll leave him.
Okay. Yeah, well, going to Grania's original intent, you guys can go to a park. There's not many in cities like this, as they're so incredibly dense, but there is one a couple blocks away that you could go to.
Let's pick out some snacks at a bakery or something on the way.
Yeah, you know the city very well, Severus, so you can navigate with Grania towards a bakery that you went to a lot of times. You don't really expect them to recognize you because you look significantly different than you did when you were here. So you go inside, You get a couple of sweet pastries and also some savory breads with meats inside, and you go with her to that park. The sounds of the city are
I'm
still...
grabbing some extra for Maximus and Father Wixon.
Nice. It'll cost you about 2 silver for all of it.
Right. Subtracting.
And you head to a nearby park. The sounds of the city are a lot quieter here. Things like this are largely maintained for the richer people of the city, though they're allowed open to the whole public. There's a large pavilion in the center of it that is dedicated to those lost in the Galentine War. It has not really lists of names, more so statues of soldiers and stuff like that. And other than that, it's a very, very well-maintained garden. And, you know, once you're in the depths of the garden, the sort of sound of everything else sort of fades away, and all there is just the sound of wind passing through nearby trees and the occasional people that are within the garden sort of talking to one another, but it's largely just a quiet space. Do you just intend to spend the next little while relaxing?
Are we eating our snack? Did you already give the snack, or what are we doing?
Yeah. I'm just the only thing I'm keeping the ones for Father Wixon and Maximus and like my pack.
Okay. Whenever you hand him over to Grania, then she'll sign back for winning.
I'll say sure, and I'll give her like one of mine extra so she has a bit more.
Oh, she just meant in general, but I guess that works.
Yeah, Grania, these are very tasty. I mean, obviously, where you grew up, not Pelty, but the place before that, the food was very not good. The Mother of Groves, for all of her great qualities, the cook was not one of them. So you are always amazed you have been ever since you sort of rejoined proper human society. You've been amazed at how good the concoctions they make are, and this is a peak example of this. You have a piece of essentially a pre donut. It's like a custardy treat, which is just ridiculously sweet. And then a nice little bread filled with thin slices of meat and just delicious, like gravy-like sauce. It's just, god damn, they make good food.
If there's like a bench or something that we can go just like sit on and...
Yeah, you can sit down on a bench. A couple of other people are enjoying the garden. Light rain begins, but it's not really a problem for you since this whole area is covered with very dense trees. So most of them are hitting the dense leaves above you. You can just look around the garden. The main things to see are that sort of central pavilion. And some, do you know what topiary is?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a couple of topiary is when hedges are very well groomed to be a shape like an elephant or something. So there's topiary here, but it largely depicts sort of like natural animals. So there's like a goat, there is a deer, there is a bird, things like that.
She's just gonna be like kicking her legs back and forth while she's smiling and eating her food.
All right. Well, while you guys are spending...
While I'm observing this, I just want to ask, Rennie, how old are you?
Does she even know?
I think she's just... I mean, you know what you've been told by... the way you got your current age was when you first arrived in Pelty. Yeah, basically, you arrived in Pelty, and then the woman who later would, introduce you to this whole new world, she said, okay, well, when were you born? And you didn't know the answer to that question. So then she said, okay, well, like, what was your mom's name or your dad's name? You didn't know the answer to those. So she just assigned you an age she thought was correct. And that is what is on your bio sheet, the age that she thought you probably were.
Okay, I'll just sign that number then.
What is it? I don't remember.
I think it was 17. Yeah, 17.
Ah. God. 17 feels like a lifetime ago.
How old are you, Severus?
Like, I think 33, 34?
Yeah, I think Maximus and Severus are about the same age.
It'd be that way.
Yeah.
34.
Renesmee and Zednius were always the youngins of the group.
Yeah.
Was it?
Weird. Huh.
Do you have any further questions for Grania?
Not unless she offers anything willingly.
which
She just eat and enjoy.
yeah, I was gonna say.
Or has any questions for me herself, but no. I'm
No.
just gonna leave her alone and chill.
Yeah, Granny, there's a couple minutes of silence, maybe 2 or 3, and you feel the fluttering one adjust his position, sort of in the dense thicket of your hair, and he will mentally, reach out to you and say, I want some of the food.
She'll like, I don't know how good it's probably not gonna look very convincing, but she'll like go to scratch her back.
Yeah, roll a sleight of hand check. Let's see how convincing you are. Me when I hold a piece of food and scratch my back. Oh, that's not bad. Severus, what's your past perception?
I believe it's like
Higher than that.
pretty bad.
Oh,
Yeah, it's 10.
Oh, it's 10. Okay, well, you watch as
Jesus.
No
Renesmee.
modifier at all.
Yeah, Granny scratches her back, and she pulls off the maneuver successfully. Very impressive.
With a pastry in her hand?
Well, so she just grabs a small piece of it and then scratches her back and then brings back.
Okay.
But
Okay,
that doesn't clue you off. What does clue you off is like a satisfied sort of like a sigh that comes from the dense thicket of hair on the back of her neck.
I do notice that.
Yeah, you do notice that the sigh that comes from not her mouth.
Alright, I'm gonna poke my finger right where I heard that.
I think you see the hair sort of like yeah. You see Severus going to poke like the dense thicket where you obviously know.
Like, quickly.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you go to poke, Grandia sort of jerks away, and then you notice that the hair sort of bulges out, and it, like, you can just see the back of her neck, but you can also see the very clear outline of something because of the way that the hair sort of, like, pushed out of the way, and whatever was once in there is not in there anymore.
I'll look at her.
Find back, yes. Is that the question?
You have something living in your hair.
Yes, like him.
She looks very confused and just like tilts her head out.
I can very clearly see an outline in there.
If what you just described is what I'm thinking, Horkon, she'll raise up her hair then.
Yeah, you just sort of, like, lift your hair up, and sort of, like, make a rough bun, a very shitty bun. Yeah. I mean, Severus, you don't see anything. Obviously, it reminds you of Hedegall.
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
Okay, yeah, you start ritual casting Detect Magic.
Because she's like not telling me, and I'm like, I'm suspicious.
Sure, you start ritual casting Detect Magic over the next minute. Grania, about 2 seconds into Severus starting the ritual cast, you hear the Fluttering One's voice. All right, I'll be back. And then he unsummons himself. And, Severus, you finish casting Detect Magic and look around. You look at Grania's neck, of course, and there's...
My fly still on me if it's been less than 10 minutes.
True. Then Grania is glowing. She has a spell cast on her. But looking in the
Probably
immediate...
been more than 10 minutes, right?
I guess there was the bakery and grabbing
Like
the
going
food.
to the bakery, eating
Okay,
some
yeah.
food.
So she is magicless other than her magical items. And the immediate area around you has no magic on it either.
Do you feel okay, Granny?
Will not.
Did you know that there was something with you?
She still seems confused and tilts her head.
Based.
Gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
Be careful. There's something that's following you like that. We can protect you.
She'll just sign, I don't understand.
Well, you see, you know how... Wait, has she seen Hedegall yet?
Yeah, I don't know if she's seen him. Obviously, she's heard you guys talk about him, though.
I don't think she's even felt his presence before, so she probably just thinks it's a person.
Oh, yeah, that would actually make a lot more sense than the little gremlin creature.
You know how some people have magic to summon some small little servants? Sometimes they use those to follow somebody and, observe them, spy on them. somebody's doing that to you, then that could be very serious.
Find back doors, okay, but still seem confused.
You're not worried then?
Just shake your head now.
Why not? Then you know.
Sign back, don't understand.
What part do you not understand?
Oh god.
Why worried?
Do you
There's
add that
people out
sass
there-
to your training?
There's people out there that care enough about what you're doing that they would send some creature to basically follow your every step. Then those people could be very dangerous to us.
She'll think for a second and then just sign back, okay.
I'd like you to notify if anything like that happens again. And I'll just drop it from then on.
Yeah, another group of people walk by. Grania finishes off the last of the tasty sweet. After a couple moments longer, she lets down her hair again.
And from now on onwards, I'm gonna pay extra close attention to this stuff, specifically stuff hiding in her hair.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just gonna in fact, I'm just gonna randomly in any situation, I'm just gonna randomly poke her hair without.
Well,
her
specifically note when you do it because I don't think that Grania is going to appreciate that.
I don't care.
Well, I know.
Trying to let you.
This
If
is
she's able
about
to react to it, she will react to it.
Because
Yeah.
Grania isn't telling me shit. So
Yeah.
either Grania is a spy or there's somebody spying on Grania, and both of those are pretty bad. And Severus is mine.
That's fair. Well, just note when you do it in the future. I guess this is a question for Grania / you, Dota. Does she intend to? I mean, obviously she trusts these people more than most. Does she intend to ever explain the details of the Fluttering One and the other parts of her past to them? Just not yet.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys chill in the garden for a bit. It's actually pretty easy to pass time. There's unique people walking by. You do a bit of people watching. That's especially fun for you, Severus, because you get to go through, the lessons that Tullius taught you, memorization games where you try to remember what the people look like in just a couple of seconds, and then open your eyes right before they leave the garden to compare that against your mental image. There's a lot of things you can do to entertain yourself. And eventually, you can hear the sounds of church bells ringing in the distance, denoting the time, and that will let you know that it is time to return to the governor's palace. You were told a couple of hours, so around 2 hours in, you begin to make your way back to the governor's palace. So,
before they leave the park, and they get
Yeah.
to stand up to leave, she'll sign back, play again sometime.
Just keep in mind not to cast magic in public all the time. And people usually get really scared when that happens, because when you can start casting, they don't really know what you're going to do and what you're capable of.
Probably see the gears turning in her head for a second, then she'll sign back, okay.
the two of you make your way back, and about 2 hours has passed, and a lot of you guys can meet each other. There's a pretty big gap. I think that Father Rixion finishes up what he was doing long before anyone else. Maximus probably next, and then Severus and Grania after that. And you guys all meet up outside the governor's palace. Maximus, how drunk did you get? / did you get drunk? / how much alcohol did you drink?
How many teenagers did you bully?
I am kind of tipsy.
Okay.
But, not like Maximus is kind of an alcoholic, so
Just a little bit.
can handle his drink pretty well.
Okay, well, Severus and Grania, I guess Father Rixion, you're sort of standing there on the stoop outside of the governor's palace, sort of in front of that waiting room. There, a little bit of rain was coming down earlier, so you were looking off into the darkness. I think, you were engaged in religious reflection. That's what you spend a lot of your time doing these days. And you see Maximus approaching, and he looks a lot different than usual. He's not in his plate armor, apparently. You just don't see him at night. He has a little dueling sword at his side. He almost looks like, a local symposium student if it weren't for that big bushy mustache and the dozens of scars covering his body.
Is he walking straight? Is he drunk?
I don't. Yeah, I think you look at him and there's a slight looseness to his posture. You know, he doesn't have that like tight sort of military discipline to him, so he's clearly a little bit tipsy, but certainly I would not call him drunk.
When in Ravinium,
He's
huh?
breaking on the duty, and that's not good. We shouldn't be doing that.
Do you say anything about it as he comes closer?
Yeah, I need to walk up. I'll do a big sniff, and I'll say, "Drinking on the job, are we?"
Well, that's something you get used to. I'm sure you spent enough time around the soldiers to know that it doesn't hamper in duty most of the time.
Right. They expect our best. Try
They're
to.
still going to get it.
Sure.
Don't worry, Maximus is very functional.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll grin it. I'll grin it, Severus.
Yeah.
Well,
Brandon's
anyways,
probably in much better mood.
he's
smiling.
about ready to see us, right? We should head back over there.
Oh, reminds me, while you're heading over there, and I'll put up the snacks. Here, have a little something for your stomach.
Yeah, you hand over the meat pastry combined with a little tart to Father Rixion, and a meat pastry with a little bit of what do you call those things? They're like a little bit, a tiny little wooden bowl of porridge that has a bit of booze in it, just because you know that Maximus is a big fan of drinking.
I don't know if I would have gotten him anything alcoholic.
Okay, you don't indulge him.
I think I would have just gotten him some like hearty snacks.
Okay, then you just get him two little meat pockets. Then you don't indulge his clear alcoholism.
No, I don't.
Okay,
I very much disapprove of it.
all right. Then Maximus gets two meat pockets, and Rixion gets a meat pocket and a tart.
Oh! Thank
Yum.
you, Severus.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Forgot to eat.
Yeah, you guys eat them as you're
Right.
waiting. It'll take them a couple minutes. So Severus and Grania, you guys get to look around the governor's sort of courtyard. You were here before, but literally just to walk into to speak with the clerk. So you actually get a look at like the library being converted into a church. You get a look at the temple guard, who wear a very unique type of uniform. Legionnaires are given a standard government-introduced kit, but temple guard are given a large amount of like deference on what they wear. So the two temple guard guarding this building nearest to you, one of them is dressed sort of like Father Rixion, in heavy armor, has a large weapon at his waist. He has glowing eyes, clearly a paladin of some sort. But standing next to him is a person in like sort of purple robes with a sort of steel buckler at their waist, across their back, and then a mace at their waist. So just interesting to sort of look at the different styles. But eventually Maximus and Father Rixion finish up their food and you guys can head on inside. The clerk will quickly, stand up and give you guys nods. She'll lead you down a labyrinth of corridors, and you guys are so used to this very common routine when meeting governors. They lead you through this labyrinth of corridors. You come into a massive office. It's very fancy. Instead, you guys are led into a small little stone room with a single chair, no desks or anything like that. There is a window at the far side of the room, but it looks almost like a prison window. In fact, at one point, you did go downstairs. So do you think this is like a very aesthetic, which is basically just means like very little material possession type room. And standing in the middle of it are three people who are currently speaking. Two of them are dressed in sort of monks' robes, not priests, monks, which monks make specific oaths to Aurelian soul. They forego certain things in life. Some people forgo comfort, other people could forgo women and things like that. But yeah, there's two monks, and then there is
forego a stunning strike.
Yeah, some of them, yeah, true. And then there is, of course, a governor. He wears a governor's uniform, but it's all a bit less fancy. Like he wears purple, which is what you have to wear as a governor, and he wears the green diadem, which is like a sort of crown of leaves. But he doesn't have like gold trim along any of it. He seems to keep it all as muted as you can be as a governor of the empire. And the three of them were sort of mumbling to one another. And as you guys enter this empty stone room that is even pretty small in size, the governor will nod at the two monks and say, "Thank you, brothers. I think that's all need of your counsel." And the two of them shuffle past you. You notice that they wear sort of wooden sandals, like sort of blocky wooden sandals, and these itchy-looking brown robes. So they likely have chosen to forego comfort. And the governor will sort of adopt a position of attention as the four of you come inside. And as the sort of thick wooden door closes behind you, you get the distinct sense that this probably isn't an office. It really does feel like a prison cell of some sort. And the governor will look at the four of you. "So, you set up this meeting?"
Oh, Yes, hello, Governor.
Yeah, I'll produce the Yeah, I'm gonna produce the writ.
Yeah, you begin to
Consent.
produce it, and he waves it off and says, "I don't need to see your paperwork. I'm sure you can be here."
Right.
Oh,
It's
that's-
just our specific mission or
Yes.
task.
You don't need to
Go.
justify yourself before me. You're fellow servants of the Department of Faith.
Of course.
All right, we're here.
Is there
to
any
take
way we
care
can
of
assist
any
you,
issues.
Lord Governor?
Okay.
Or Governor?
Wait, isn't a governor normally like part of the Department of Civility? Not faith?
Well, governors are sort of outside of the whole great department system. They're appointed directly by the emperor. But the governor sort of says, "Well, you're certainly enthusiastic, but let's take those one at a time. Father," he points at Father Ixion just because the glowing eye. "Please."
Right. Is there any way we can assist you in this town?
Here in Ravidium, probably not. 2 months ago, if you had come along, I'd asked for your assistance in dealing with those symposium students, but I think they've largely simmered down and accepted new rules. But outside of the city, out in my province, there are a couple of things that have come to my attention. I'd hoped to do this here, but I don't have the exact reports on me at the moment. We may have to transition to my office. That's unfortunate. All right, then. Well, there's no helping it. We'll have to go there. That's where the reports from the interior are. Let's go for a little walk, shall we?
Lead the way.
And he will walk past you, open up the large, sort of the thick wooden door leading into the stone room, and outside are several attendants, and he'll wave at one of them and say, "All right, go get those reports on that traveling bard, please, and bring them to me in my office." And the other people will nod, and he'll lead you guys down a corridor. You take a right, go up two separate sets of stairs. He doesn't say much. He seems to be sort of contemplative. And then you go into what you expect, this very opulent office, clearly probably from the previous governor, though maybe this guy set it up. There's no religious iconography in here, though, which sort of indicates it more so being, the previous governor who set everything up in here. And the governor does not sit down. He just sort of stands at the desk looking at it with a bit of disdain. And then after 30 seconds or so, an attendant comes in. She is also shaven bald, and she will place a small little pamphlet of papers atop the governor's desk.
Is being shaved bald, what does that symbolize?
It's likely someone who has made oaths. It's probably some sort of, it could be a nun, could be a monk. It's basically someone of the religious caste who has made an oath to Aurelian Soul related to physical appearance and likely marriage as well.
Okay.
And the governor will pick up the small little pamphlet, begin to, look through the different sheafs of paper and say, "All right. Actually, would you rather like to read these yourself? My task is related to the man that's talked about in these papers."
Why not?
All right. And he hands it over to you and walks over towards some very broad, massive windows. And you guys, the four of you, can sort of share papers amongst yourselves and read through this stack. And this is a rap sheet about a bard. The bard is named Huba the Fair, at least that's how he introduces himself. And for the last 2 months, he has been a plague upon the province of Regionova. The first time he is mentioned is when he showed up in the town of Ortolano, which is located in the foothills. There, he told the townsfolk that he'd slept in a nearby cave, and he'd found that it was filled with gold and gems that could be mined by the townsfolk. So the town sent their young men to go, scope out the mine and figure out what the deal was. The young men found that it was filled with murky water, but with promises of gold and gems waiting for them deeper in the cave. They sort of waded through the water to go deeper. They found no gold and gems, and there was parasites within the water that sort of affixed to the young men, and many of them got deeply, deeply sick from having swam in the water. That was the first sort of thing. Also, the bard sort of disappeared after he spread that rumor. So that's his first crime of sorts. Then, 3 weeks ago, so there's about a month gap between these reports, 3 weeks ago, he went to the town of Tazo, and he told the townsfolk in his role as bard, which are not just like, in Valeros, bards are not just like wandering people who collect money and play the lute. They're critical for the functioning of society. They spread news. They are both your news anchor as well as your storyteller, as well as they pass down cultural traditions. They're an incredibly important...
Is it licensed in Mithdosica?
In Mithdosica, of course, everything is licensed, including bards. And so this bard arrived in the town of Tazo, and he told them that a Deadwood army was approaching. Like, they'd beaten the Mithdosian legions, they destroyed several villages already, and they were coming for this town. So the townsfolk, trusting this bard, packed up all their shit as much as they could in the little time they had, and they fled northward. And then the second they got to the next town, which is only about 2 miles away, they learned that no army was coming, and that no one here had heard of anything like that. So they asked several other surrounding villages, and after they confirmed there was no threat, they returned to their village. They found the bard missing, and they found all the valuables they'd left behind in the village also missing. Then, over the next 2 weeks, so this is within the last 2 weeks, there's a bunch of different stories of like, oh, we saw a man who matched that description coming through our town, but he didn't say much, he just played a couple songs and left. Then, the most recent crime is at the, top of this stack. It is from 3 days ago, from the town of Maltigiano, and the bard arrived there, Huba arrived in the town of Maltigiano, and he told them that the world was going to end, and that the priests in Ravinium had said as much, that Aurelian Sol had deemed the world to be corrupted fully, and that he was going to cause the apocalypse. So the townsfolk weren't super on board with this at first, but the bard convinced them, and so they acted like the world was going to end. They told secrets to people that they'd been keeping for years. They used their coin liberally. People left relationships and started new ones because, again, they were convinced that they had about 3 days left to live. And then the night before the world was supposed to end, the bard fled the village. They didn't figure out that he took anything, but they did figure out they'd been duped, and the many within the town were furious, including the quaestor who wrote this letter to the governor because he had confessed some very choice things to his wife, and now their relationship was on the rocks. So this is the most, and all of this is connected to someone named Huba the Fair. They give a visual description of the bard and all these different tales, all of which largely match the same person. And that is what these pages contain.
We have an itinerary of items that he's stolen.
The governor looks back and says, "Yes, I believe within those pages, though I'd expect them to be gone by now. That the major theft was over weeks ago, and actually, did that include the supplementary reports about his Robin Hooding ways?"
No.
He will clear his throat and go out, and as he grabs his next attendant, a bit of a language thing. Obviously, Robin Hood is a real life legend. There'd be a Mithdosian equivalent for this, but it's there'd be. That's how all language works. As to quote J.R.R. Tolkien, obviously the people in these stories are speaking in a different language, but we translate it to English, and most of their legends they have an equivalent for, but we just translate it to English because it's better shorthand. So yes, there is a Mithdosian equivalent of Robin Hood, and yes, that is what he's referring to. And so he goes and gets his attendant, and the attendant will return. And it will report that in the weeks between the first, not the first heist, because the first heist was just killing a couple boys in a local village by telling them that there was gold in a cave. The second one, though, where he stole from that town, he then distributed that wealth along the path of his sort of journey. And it's just one little page, and the governor will hand that over to you. And as he sees that you finish reading, he'll say, "I've sent 2 separate groups of people after him. The first was an agent from the Department of Civility. That man said that he cornered the bard, and then, as he had eye contact with the man, he was convinced that his task was useless, and he rode all the way back to here before he was back in his right mind. The second group was a contubernium of legionnaires, and they reported they had fully surrounded the inn in which the bard was contained, and then when they went inside, he simply was not there, and they had no explanation for where he'd gone. I don't know why the man is doing this. I don't see profit in half of these things that he's done. I only see cruelty upon my people."
Maybe deal with the demon?
You believe it to be something so nefarious, and perhaps you could be right. I suspect foreign involvement. Perhaps an agent of the Son of the Dragon, or perhaps one of the Necromortis.
Perhaps just some particularly evil-minded idiot.
Well, regardless of what he has caused great harm to our people. Ignoring monetary costs, he has killed 3 young men in those foothills who died of the parasites they were infected with from that water.
Would you like us to capture him alive, or do you have no preference?
I'd prefer alive. If possible, he should face the utmost of punishment. He should be placed in public humiliation, and then he can be the first to be placed upon a pyre. But if you must kill him, I would request that his body be brought here so that it can face punishment.
Does the
All right.
Assuming we bring him alive, does he need to be in one piece? He seems to be very much, from what you described, he seemed to be an avid spellcaster.
I've been trying to find more about him. Of course, all bards are meant to be registered, but the Department of Civility reports no man matching his description, so I can unfortunately not tell you about his full capabilities. But to answer your question,
of him?
yes. Within the pages, he is described as a handsome man in his mid to late 20s. He has a well-maintained beard, a feathered cap, and fine clothes. He speaks Common, Tabrashan, and Mythos, and may speak Dwarvish, though that there's like a question mark at that point in the report.
What's the color of his hair?
Black.
Oh, good. Literally every bard ever.
And the
Governor,
governor,
goatee?
no, it is a full beard.
Oh, full beard, of course.
And the governor will continue and say, so since we don't know the full extent of his power, yes, you are authorized to cut off his tongue or remove his hands, whatever it is deemed necessary. Remember that due to the report from the Department of Civility agent, I believe that he has mind-affecting spells. I'm not sure if you have a way to make yourselves resistant to those, but if you do, it may be necessary.
Alright then.
I don't know where he is now, though,
Mind.
so I'm not sure where you could get your start. There are, I think, of last count, there are 1,123 villages in Regia Nova, and he seems to have no preference between large or small congregations. If he can ruin the lives of 3, that satisfies him just as much as that of a whole town.
Well, 3 days ago he was in one village.
Agreed.
And so probably best to start there. If we were to look at the villages he was in chronologically on a map, was there a certain path he was charging?
Now, keep in mind, on horseback, you can move 70 miles a day, which would get you out of the whole province in less than a day. But clearly, he's probably not doing that since he's sticking around in one province. So the villages he has hit are... This was the first one, 3 months ago. Then... where is it? Then 3 weeks ago, he hit the town of Pazzo. And then 3 days ago, he arrived at the town of Martigiano. Right here.
Good head there.
I was just wondering if there was
This
a
is
clear
the most recent
trajectory.
town.
We could head there, perhaps. That seems like he's just kind of...
Yeah, I mean, the governor, you guys are looking at the same map. It's a map of Regia Nova. And between each of these towns, so this is about 20 miles, so there's at least 20 little villages between here and here. And between here, there's another 20 little villages, because there's basically a tiny little town, varying in size every mile or so in Regia Nova. So, there's a lot of different things. The reason that this one has its own little token, the one down here, is because it's actually a pretty sizable town. It's a little port called, what's it called? Guilanova. Yeah, that's why it has its own little token.
Has he spent time in every town along the way? Or
The governor shrugs and says, so far I've only had one team of people that have been doing all this gathering of reports and such. Again, both teams of people I've sent after him have come up with nothing and then returned back here as if they expected me to assign them to a new task. So, maybe he has, maybe he hasn't, I'm not certain. But if you ask for his description in villages, you probably will be successful. For someone that's causing so much harm, he doesn't seem to put a lot of effort into disguising his appearance.
perhaps he relies on his magics to protect him.
Can you deal with those?
Some of them. He definitely seems to be adept at enchanting people's mind.
We'll see how well he does that after I... No.
Well,
You need
Also,
a
you
mind
said
to alter
that-
someone else's mind.
Also, he said that he was surrounded in a building and they just didn't find him inside.
Yes.
So there's a good
Disappeared.
likelihood he might be able to become invisible.
I concur with all of these. If he had caused any greater harm, I would have sent a proper arcanist after him, but these crimes, while they are deeply harmful to the people affected, seem remarkably petty.
Yes.
Well then, this is a
We
task
know,
I have for you.
How long have we known of his existence?
3 months. No, 2 months. 2 months.
And that's the first anyone's ever heard of him.
Yes,
Anything-
I asked around in Sedalia and Transatlia, and both those governors indicated that while they have had several bards pass through their domain, none have gone by the name Huba the Fair. That's one of the reasons why I expect him to be a foreign agent trying to cause chaos in my province. Of all the imperial provinces, here in Regionova, our strength is most paramount. If our strength is to slacken, then the Necromortis would take advantage of it.
You said he had a man who spoke to him face to face, but then turned around, realizing he thought his task was worthless. Could we talk to that man, perhaps?
He has been punished.
Ah, I see.
Is he alive?
He is alive, but as part of his punishment, you will not be able to speak to him until his time in the dungeon has concluded.
Well, he might have.
I believe him to have just been affected by a spell. I spoke to the Ecclesiarch as well as my court arcanist, and both of whom expect that it was a simple suggestion spell. It was the weak mind of the man that made him so privy to it.
Well, okay. Even powerful people can be affected by those sometimes.
That is not true.
Okay. Thought I made it the fuck up.
Well,
So yeah, what do you guys want
we
to
on
do?
our way? Say let's start in the last village he was at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to go to the last town?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Since our only witness has been punished.
sounds good. Easy enough then. You guys need to ride, 1 day northward? Is there anything else? No, it's half a day northward. Is there anything else you want to get in the city before you do that?
I need to pick up my armor and such.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be done by the time you guys are leaving the city. I mean, I assume you're spending the night here since you just spent 2 days in the country.
Probably a good
Is there
idea.
any way we could get any scrolls?
You say scrolls?
Scrolls, yes.
Yeah, the governor will give a nod and say, yes, my arcanist is also the representative from the Department of Magic here in Regionova. You could ask him what he has on hand.
Yes, that would be amazing, honestly.
Yeah, you guys can go do that. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then you can go meet with the governor's arcanist, get some loot, and then go deal with this bard who maybe he's a deep national threat to the whole of Mythdosia, or maybe he's just a bard who likes to ruin people's lives. Who knows? But we will deal with...
Just do a little trolling.
Yeah, we'll deal with all of that in after 5-10 minutes. We'll be right back.
Is Yogi here?
Yeah.
The party... Welcome back. The party collects their things from across Ravinium. Maximus is looking new and shiny in his nice and polished armor. His horse armor has also been cleaned off, so he's looking nice and good. Unfortunately, that light rainfall that began at about midday that Grania and Severus experienced has now progressed into the full-on spring rains that frequently afflicts Regionova. It's not going to be the end of the world, though, because you guys are Oh, actually, that's a question. Are you guys sleeping here for the night, or are you traveling out to the countryside and sleeping amongst the dirt and trees?
Granny doesn't have preference.
True. She wouldn't.
The dirt.
Okay, so far we have 2 votes for dirt. Severus and Father Rixion, do you have a preference?
What was the other option?
Sleeping in the nice, warm city of Ravidium inside of an inn, or the dirt and trees outside the city and try to ride for the early evening.
Oh. Dirt.
Dirt. Okay, wow. That is an
I need
overwhelming majority for dirt.
Before we go out, I need to buy like a bedroll or something because I'm old. I got a bad back.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can
a bedroll? That
purchase.
sucks.
Yeah, you can get a bedroll that weighs about 7 pounds for, I think they're like 80 pence. Let me check my economy sheet.
Wait, do I have a bedroll?
I don't imagine that you do. You're a young, spry assassin. A bedroll will cost you 100 pence
that
in
young!
weight. You're young enough,
35.
okay? You're not 50, whatever.
I didn't hear what you said.
It's 100 pence. 100 pence for a bedroll, and it weighs 7 pounds.
Okay.
Additionally, Maximus has a bunch of camping supplies on his Mickey, so you guys can, use all that.
Maximus has camping supplies.
Oh,
Maximus is 2-person tent.
Maximus is talking about himself in the third person.
Oh yeah, I should buy the tent
Army's
as well.
talking about
Well,
his
between
possessions.
day drinking, it's really not
his-
that unusual at this point.
Okay, yeah,
This
tent.
is a
That is
tent
mental.
A 2-person tent costs 200 pence and weighs 20
unironically,
pounds.
I will go and see what I have on Mickey. I have it just says a person.
Wait,
tent.
Yogi, did I ever tell you your adjusted carry capacity?
Yeah.
You did, but I didn't write it down.
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
Oh no. It's
I'm
over.
mauled. I'm so mauled and bald. I think it was like 600 or something.
Jesus.
What?
Jesus Christ.
But is my man wearing fucking gauntlets of ogre power?
Well,
Because
even
anytime you go
stronger.
over 20 in stats, you get like a giga increase.
Oh, it's 239. That's the new number for now. But it is exponential,
okay.
so 22 or whatever would be like
Yeah, but I'm not
you-
getting
same
there.
high. Yeah,
My item is
I found Ben's
belt of
exponential
Hill
strength
Giant.
formula.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's-
belt of giant.
hence
Fire
the,
magic, yeah.
What is it? It's Morgren that has the cart of many things.
Yeah. The
What's
lore
around it?
of it is that a friend of mine made a exponential strength table that goes up to 30, and then your carrying capacity raises exponentially as you get superhuman strength. Anyways, you can purchase a 2-person tent, and with that, you guys can set off outside the city of Ravinium, going northward through the province. Your destination
Wait, can
being
I buy one thing?
yes.
A bag of flour.
A bag of flour. That is a very smart investment and will cost you. How big of a bag are you talking? Like, do you want multiple uses or do you just want a quick one time? Did you just give an answer? Oh my. You sound like a robot. But I believe it's on my end. As everyone else sounds like a robot. Oh my. Hopefully the stream isn't dead. That would be very awkward. We will fix this. Okay. Maybe we won't fix it easily. We'll be right back with a quick intermission again. Sorry about that. Alright, we are back. So, Echo, hello.
Back to the regular streaming over there.
Yeah, back to the, well, it's a little bit fucked right now, but I'll
Yeah.
get to fixing that in the background. That's alright. Anyways, Hecko, you were saying something.
2 uses of throwing flour at somebody invisible.
Yes, 2 uses. Okay, that'll be a 5-pound bag then, since you're trying to fill a 5x5 foot square. That means you need to pay the grand, colossal sum of 4 pence.
Holy shit, that's all my copper. I'm poor now.
Wait, you actually had copper on you? Why?
I had 4 copper on me.
For
yeah.
this exact circumstance? How could you have
No,
done
because
this?
I've been converting fucking shit wrong. Converting a 10 to 1.
Oh,
I've been scamming myself out of silver left and right.
yeah, based.
Wow.
God, I love money changers.
Yeah.
Anyways, dude, one of the funniest experiences. Actually, you were there, Ethan. It was in our other campaign where you got like a colossal. I think Joe gave you like platinum coins, and then you just did the math on just the basic conversion cost. And you're like, he literally scammed us out of 30% of our pay just by fucking paying us in a different currency. God, it's so funny. God, money changers are so good. Anyways, yeah, add 2 bags 5-pound bags of flour to your sheet, and you can use those however you wish. Now I'm paranoid that it's going to go bad again. Oh, because it did go bad. Huge. Alright, we're going to do a slightly longer break again to fix the technical issues.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Okay.
classic.
It's not
That's a
fucked anymore.
classic.
Anyways,
Rixion's a killer. He's not a defender.
Jesus.
It's not
Okay.
defending anybody, it's about not dying.
He doesn't care about dying.
Alright, sure.
Yeah, it's true.
Thanks.
He's already done it like once, so it's
Yeah.
Alright,
not,
well.
not a big deal.
We are back. So, is that all the stuff we want? Are we good? Are we chilling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Torch.
Wait, but the
Torch.
scrolls. Weren't we talking to the Arcanist?
Oh, yes. Would you like to do that before leaving the town or when you get back?
Before.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, you guys can make your way from the governor's palace. Then you can go to the... It's not really a wizard's tower. It's more so a Department of Magic liaison's office, but we can call it a wizard tower because it sounds more thematic. And it is a dense, squat little administrative room with several clerks who keep a list of the Arcanist's things. And rather than meeting with the Arcanist himself, you'll be meeting with one of said clerks, and they will be asking you what exactly you want.
Anything and everything that could help us potentially apprehend this subject calling himself, what's his name? Something the Fair?
Kuba the Fair.
Huba the Fair.
Yeah.
Spell scrolls particularly.
Well, that's all they have on offer. They're not selling magical items here.
You know.
Yeah, I mean,
any
the
of
clerk doesn't know
anything
much
of the
about
ritual
this.
variety.
Yeah, the clerk doesn't know anything about this person, so they are just going to present the full list of scrolls that are currently being sold. Now, he will inform you that this is a conservation period by the Arcanist, as the stores were seriously depleted during the previous campaign against the Necromortis. A lot of them were sold to the Legion, so they don't have as many as they usually do. But the ones that they currently have are the spells of... Alright, let's go through it. They have Shield. They have Command. They have Color Spray. They have Mage Armor, Magic Missile, Sleep. They have See Invisibility. They have Invisibility. They have Misty Step, Mirror Image, and Fireball.
I feel like
Any-
invisibility.
Yeah, any rituals at all? Maybe a Find Familiar?
Were any of the ones I just said ritual?
No,
Then no.
but you know, I'm allowed to cope, right?
Yeah, this is a small little, like, Department of Magic office of one Arcanist. So they're not going to have, like, well, sorry, this would be 4 Arcanists because it's one of the bigger provinces. So it's not going to have that many things on offer. So, anyways, with what I said, you want See Invisibility?
Yeah. How
What
much
is the
that?
difference between see invisibility and just detect magic?
See Invisibility goes to your line of sight.
What's the
So it's
cost?
just
The cost for See Invisibility is 1d4.
1d4 what? Platinum pieces?
No,
Medallion
roll
gold?
1d4, we'll see.
Is see invisibility a save or is it just you see it?
And you
Just
just see
see
it,
it, no save.
automatically.
3.
Okay, that will cost 300 gold pieces.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. And that's at a very slight discount.
wow. How slight are we talking?
2 pence?
What?
What?
2 pence?
That's
Why would
2
it even
pence.
cost? Why would it cost?
Well, normally there's a transaction cost that is placed upon the Department of Magic via the governor of a province, but since the governor views your mission as so important,
My
he's
man's
revoked
telling us that,
his
look,
tax.
you're saving so much. It's actually only 299.99
Yeah, exactly.
gold.
Yeah, it's only 2,099.99 pence instead of 3. Yeah.
Yeah, he's saving so much, guys.
Yeah, you get it.
Please
so yeah,
buy my shit.
the governor's magic tax has been revoked. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, well.
Is the
Okay.
magic tax on a percentage base, or is it?
Well,
Who
clearly
knows?
not, otherwise it'd be more expensive.
Either way, it's just this particular province anyways. So anyways, what else do we want of those things I said? Actually, no, it doesn't matter, because you guys are going to have to pay hundreds of gold, and none of you want to pay hundreds of gold. And the minimum price for anything is going to be 50 gold, and I don't even think you want to pay that much, so...
I would
Not
have
unless
paid.
it's a ritual.
I would have paid 50 gold.
I
For
would have
sea-
paid 50 gold.
Yeah, for sea invisibility? Well, that one is never going to cost 50 gold, because it's a level 2 spell, so...
I would have paid 50 gold for like a fine familiar.
Okay, well, that answers my question about if Fireball was expensive.
Fireball, the minimum cost of Fireball would actually also be 100.
What do you
Yeah,
roll?
it's probably like a 1d8 or something.
Do you want to
Honestly,
buy a
How
Fireball scroll?
much? Yeah. Well, I want to roll for the fireball.
Okay, roll a
scroll,
d4.
Ask how much it costs, and then maybe buy it.
Yeah, roll a d4. The Fireball scroll costs 400 gold.
Yeah, no. I would have bought it at 100.
Yeah. What do we
Alright,
all-
you know what? Give me the sea invisibility.
Okay.
What?
All right. You hand
Splurge.
over 300 gold, 6 bags worth of coin, $300,000, enough to feed a small peasant village for the winter, and you receive a sea invisibility scroll.
Nice.
Yes, Yogi. 400k for one scroll. Correct. Welcome to the magic economy. It is not meant for regular people.
I want to fucking.
The wizards
Jesus.
are making bank.
Yes, I had. Yes. Ethan can attest that I don't mind when
Oh,
yeah,
good.
PC wizards
Oh,
become
yeah,
disgustingly wealthy. The Abdul incident. Oh my god, it's happened again. It keeps doing this. Hopefully at least you can... Oh, wait one moment. We'll be right back. Okay, well then.
Really?
Anyways, now that we're back, yes, wizards make bank. Yes, they cost a lot, and you've just purchased a Sea Invisibility scroll. Add it to your sheet, Maximus.
I did.
Perfect. Okay,
Can
cool.
Maximus even use it?
Yeah, everyone can.
Oh, I wasn't
You
sure if it's
start to feel
everybody
those
or everybody
breeze.
who can cast
Can
any
I,
spells at
It's
all.
so-
everyone.
So, Alex, can I? Does someone have to be physically holding the scroll in order to?
Yeah, but if they have an open, like, item slot, they can just... Like, Sea Invisibility lasts for like an hour, so I don't think that's going to be a problem with this spell.
Oh, so I could like cast it before we went into fight.
Yeah, so you see invisible objects and creatures and objects as if they are visible, and you can see into the ethereal plane, which in this case would be the realm of souls. Though they'll appear, objects there will appear ghostly and translucent, and you can do that for a full hour.
I can see onto the
Yeah.
into the realm
Yeah.
of souls.
Yeah.
Maximus is gonna have a bad day if he uses this.
Well, it's not going to... They can't physically interact with him, but he will see things.
Yeah, that's. He doesn't want to see those.
Wait,
things.
Yeah,
Realm
but-
of Souls, doesn't that make you go insane?
Sometimes. Rarely.
Wait, what?
Oh.
What?
Well, some
We
people...
lived
There's certain
through Gala
things.
Isle.
There's some things you can see on that
Bondi.
island. Bondi just didn't see the word... I mean, I don't know. It's alright. Anyways, you'll be fine, Maximus.
Wanda saw some pretty bad shit.
Yeah. Anyways, what else? Are we good? We talked to the Arcanist. I think we're broke as hell, so we don't want to buy anything else from him. By the way, you guys can start asking for monetary rewards for these tasks you do. It's a very big faux pas. It's, you know, not within the spirit of your job, but you can just do it anyways. Oh yeah, obviously Brandon doesn't care.
Reputation is better.
But... Okay, reputation
Yeah, we're
it
not asking
is.
for money.
Then,
We're asking for fame.
Father Rixion, did you said you want to buy a torch?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because I can't see in the dark.
Oh. Okay,
Don't you have
fair
a
enough.
front-mounted, like, torch?
Oh, I guess my
AKUI?
eyeball is kind of a torch, yeah.
It is a sort of torch, yeah. When you
But I'm
blink,
only,
everything
like-
goes dark.
Yeah, but I'm only I'm not that high of a level, so it's not like a 30-foot.
Well, actually, you're almost the same level as Rush, so it would be a 30-foot thing.
But he's not all paladin. I don't know if you do it character
Oh,
level.
you know it. No, it is paladin level, not character level, so that would impact it. Okay, then Torch it is. That will cost you. How many do you want to get? Each one burns for 20 minutes.
How many people are in our group? 4? Just 4.
Okay, that'll cost you 4 pence, and that weighs 4 pounds.
Okay. 4 pounds each or 4 pounds total?
4 pounds total. 1 pound each.
Any other random items?
Honestly, this is probably not the best idea to buy random items in. It's pretty expensive. Not as expensive as Flamium, but...
People said you could buy stuff in the Empire.
Random items gambit.
Yeah. But, I mean...
He's saying that so we don't have rope, and
That's true, I am.
Rope real
Yes,
bad.
this is true. I am doing that.
I don't think I need anything else.
Okay.
I got a bedroll, a tent, and the torches.
All right, you guys set out from Ravinium at about 6 p.m. that evening. It is raining down hard when you leave. Luckily, it's a spring rain, so it's not too bad in terms of temperature or anything like that. And you guys can start riding northward. This is all familiar terrain to all of you except for Grania. Grania is the one of you. Father Rixion, you fought here. Severus, you spent several years here. Maximus was here recently fighting the Necromortis, so this is all familiar countryside. And Grania, you noticed something as you're leaving Ravinium. When you guys arrived here, it was during the day, you were kind of distracted. Whenever you ride across the countryside, you basically focus on 2 things, Grania. The fact that everything hurts, especially, you know, your butt and your thighs, and everything that keeps you atop the horse just fucking hurts. Secondly, you notice small animals. You notice farm animals. Everything about agriculture is just very intriguing to you because it's nature in a totally different context of how you're used to it. And that hasn't really changed since you left your actual home. Now, though, you're actually looking at your surroundings because of the rain and all that stuff, so you're sort of taking it all in. And to your right, aka to your south, you see something that makes you feel disgusted. In fact, you look at it, something feels wrong, and you don't quite register what it is at first. It's the forest. The forest looks so wrong. The trees have no leaves on them. Each individual tree on its own would look like it's the middle of fall, but it's the dead of spring. There should be life there. And more than that, you feel this spiritual wrongness that you can't really describe other than it feels like the inverse of where you're from. Where you're from had this bounty, this beauty, this natural sort of harmony and some brutality, but mostly it felt like it was filled with life. Looking to your south, you feel hatred and death. There's something deeply wrong about that forest in your estimation.
I'm wondering more and ask him why go like that.
I mean, over the rain, no one else will hear the fluttering one sort of move around on your, within your hair, and he will sort of peek out the side of your.
I'm observing her.
Sure, the rain obscures.
It's raining. I want to see if there's an outline.
Well, it's just hitting her hair, so there is not an outline.
Okay.
But the fluttering one will sort of move a couple strands of hair aside, Grania, and look out to the south, and then you'll hear his voice in your head. That one is dead. The humans pick at its carcass, and it rages against them.
Is Grania not human?
Do you have any other questions, Grania?
No, I don't think she does.
Okay. You continue traveling along the road.
Emotions at all, she's definitely gonna feel sick to her stomach.
Yeah, you guys continue traveling along the road. And I think after, 5... Actually, no, Severus, since you're keeping such a watchful eye, I think you'll almost immediately notice Grania looking like... You'll notice that she just keeps staring at the forest, and she has this, concerned look on her face.
I'll just leave her to it.
Okay. You guys continue along the Imperial Road for some time. It's pretty quiet as you guys ride. I think all of you have differing experiences with this place, but none of them are really that positive. And then you veer northward. You travel from the nice Imperial Road onto backwater, dirt roads, and eventually the sun goes down. The rain sort of slows as you guys make camp. Maximus, curls up next to Mickey and takes off the horse armor. and you guys each dismount from your horses and set up an impromptu camp. And you get some sleep here out in the countryside. Short rest if you want it, so Grania gets her fly spell back. But I don't think any of you rest easily. For all your own reasons, Father Rixion probably sleeps the easiest, because the last time he was here, he was just slaughtering hordes of undead, so he probably felt great. So there's not many bad memories associated with this place. But for Severus and Maximus...
Well, I think there was a death here, but that's also like a positive.
Yeah, that was a glorious death. That was like... yeah. So if anything, you sleep like a baby, because this countryside, this terrain reminds you of that glorious victory. But for Maximus and Severus, this reminds you of, I guess, the victory at Fort Romulus. But there was some brutal fighting leading up to that. You guys almost died. Plus, you know, Renesmee, she's sort of told you rough outlines of her backstory. She went missing somewhere around here, and was basically kidnapped. So it's a disconcerting place. And for you, Grania, you can't sleep at all, because every time you go to sleep, you feel that just raw... You can't really explain it, but when you look at those woods, you feel this emotion of like rage and betrayal and anger, and every time you close your eyes, you just see that sort of stark skyline of trees without leaves, and you feel that emotion sort of rage through you. And even the fluttering one, who will, like, you know, basically pat your neck and try to lull you to sleep, you just don't get much rest. It's enough to get a short rest through winks of sleep, but you're definitely tossing and turning throughout the night.
Okay.
But after a fitful night of sleep, you guys can wake up and continue your journey northward. And slowly, the various villages will pass by. And here is the big test. Do you guys remember the name of the village you're going for?
Damn it.
Something very Italian-ish.
Yes, it was very Italian-ish. And it was the third town affected by the Bard.
Nope,
Okay.
no idea.
That's fine.
Something in an Italian accent. Close enough.
Maltigiano.
Yeah, I was gonna say something with an M.
Yeah, you guys make your way along the coast, and you are headed towards Maltigiano, which by the time you get there will have been affected 4 days ago. So just for timeline stuff. But yeah, you guys arrive there early in the morning. There are people tilling the fields. At this point in the season, they would be, sowing, not tilling. They would be sowing the fields. Cows and sheep are grazing on grasses. Since it's a coastal town, there are several little ships dotting the nearby water as you guys ride along bluffs. And the town of Maltigiano comes into view. It's a small hamlet, has about 300 homes, and a waster's manor overlooking the whole of the town. Where to?
Local tavern?
Local tavern, okay.
That's probably like where we find... Quaist is just gonna tell us that we should talk to the common folk, isn't he?
What are you asking?
What if he doesn't?
Well, I guess we could go to the Quaester first. Whatever.
So, what information are we trying to gather here?
If anybody knows where Hugh the Bear? What is his name?
Huba the Fair?
Huba the Fair, there we go.
He vanished. What happened to this specific town?
This specific town was told the world was going to end.
Yeah. And
That's right.
That's...
And he had vanished like a fucking part in the wind, right? So,
Yeah, the night before the
Mostly-
world was supposed to end, he disappeared.
Are we mostly just here to get a description then?
You had
We
a
have a
visual
description.
description inside the files.
I thought we were trying to find out where he was going from here.
Well,
The four of you are on horseback on a hill overlooking the village, having this conversation.
what do we?
Can we see
What
the
do we
map
need
again and the
specifically?
places where he's
yeah,
been
yeah,
from?
yeah. Which screen are we on right now? Okay, so yeah, we can go back to the world map. We can go down here. And rather than drawing X's on the place he's been, I'm just going to draw a line of where he's traveled. He traveled like this.
Is there a harbor in this town?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a couple of piers and fishing boats, yeah.
Yeah, let's just start with the quest, ask around if anybody's seen him or heard of where he was seen
Okay.
recently.
Well, couldn't we just go to the next town south along the coast, ask if they've had a bard in that fits that description? Be it, be him causing mischief or not.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean,
Since villages are so populous in this region, as in there's so many of them, I am going to sort of sum up each village that we pass through, because again, there's a village every mile. So if you're trying to find what direction he's going, you may pass through 10 villages in a day. So you guys travel a mile south of Mattilgiano, and you find a very small settlement of 8 buildings clustered together, barely even anything. But you can approach a person sowing their fields, and the man will confirm that yes, a bard came through here 3 days ago. The man was 4 days ago. The man was very courteous. He was kind. He told them several stories about the war on the plains, and after a good night's sleep and a bowl of gruel, he continued southward.
and he fit that description.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Feather in his cap. Beard,
Oh, yeah.
black hair.
The farmer says that he is a handsome young lad.
Did he introduce
3
himself by name?
Yeah, Hooba the Fat, of course.
Who
Who
the
were the
fat?
what? Fat?
The fair.
Oh.
I'm-
You megalo.
You definitely said the fat.
I did, because there's another NPC called that, and I kind of fucked up. I confused the names.
Oh,
You revealed that he's fat.
Hooba the Fat is one of the princes on the plains, and I forgot. Yeah,
They
Hooba
call
the
him
Fair.
Uba the fat?
Yeah, they do. He's one of the guys that works with the Son of the Dragon. Anyways, yeah, Hooba the Fair. Yeah, he passed through the village. So you guys continue southward. And I'm going to measure on my line so I don't fuck it up. For the next 13 villages, you get a similar report. A man walked through that had a feathered hat, but they don't know his name, and they don't know anything about him. They just know he passed through their towns. But all of them agree he was headed on the southern road, which is not like it's not like a fancy Mithdosian road. It's just a local road that they maintain amongst the communities. And the 13th town you arrive at says, yes, he was going southward, and specifically the man said that he was going to the town of Guila Nova.
Well,
That's the
there's
biggest
that.
one.
Yeah, it's the biggest one. It has about 1,000 people, which makes it large for a coastal settlement. Compared to it's not a city, but it's large for a village.
I suppose let's head there then.
Sure, yeah, the whole of your morning has been burned through talking to a bunch of farmers. But finally, you arrive on a new hill, this time overlooking the town of Guila Nova. This one has 3 separate piers, which makes it about 3 times bigger than Mattilgiano. There's a temple here. It has 2 banners from it, which is the Department of Faith, as well as what looks to be some sort of specific order of the Department of Faith. That could be, there's a bunch of different religious orders. It's one of them, though.
Is that significant? Should I?
It means that there's a cleric in this town. Because
Oh, okay.
most clerics or things like that belong to a specific religious order. You don't because you're a judge, but most do. Which means that this town has some clout just because it has a cleric. Then there's not just a Quaestor's Manor. You see there's a Quaestor's Manor and also a Hall of Justice, which means that they have a praetor that spends his time in this town administrating basically law. He's like the judge for this whole area. So it's not like a true city, but it's like a little waypoint, it's a stop by for people. And for the local community, it could be considered a regional, not even regional, but like a local capital of sorts. So it's a pretty big town, a lot of different authority places you could choose to go to. So where to?
Well, couldn't we figure out if he's been here yet or not?
Fair enough, yeah.
I guess.
Do you just want to ride up to a random farmer? I mean, of course, it still has agriculture around here.
Couldn't we go to the or one of the taverns?
Yes, all the previous towns you've been through have not had taverns, nor did Mattilgiano, but this one does. Down near the 3 piers, there is a single tavern denoted by the fact that it has a sign out front with a large ale flagon.
Well, I would imagine that's where a bard would go if he were here. So.
Yeah, do you guys want to descend down into the town?
I don't get the same feelings around the town as just in the forest area, right?
Oh yeah. The second you couldn't see the forest anymore, you're totally fine. It was just looking southward at that forest made you feel wrong. Okay. We head into the town and go to the tavern. You guys get a lot of looks as you pass through. I mean, plate armoreds, you guys always draw gazes wherever you go. And as you approach the tavern, you can, dismount, tie up your horses, and you can head inside. The tavern is pretty sleepy this time of day.
Can we hide the fact we're judges? Just take off the badges, basically.
Yeah, normally I think you're the only one that rides it around with it display. No, Father Rixion does too. So yeah, I guess as you guys were descending into town, if you chose, you could hide them.
I'll recommend we both.
Yeah, maybe Maximus and Father Rixion should just stay outside, watch the entrances.
Well, no, we can.
Why do you think we should hide our badge?
That wander around.
Well, maybe
so
if he
not
sees
to
you.
Alert the perpetrator if he's
Yeah.
here.
Very well.
Okay. Yeah, you guys hide your badges. You guys tie up your horses, and the four of you head inside of the bar. It's pretty quiet since, it's the middle of the day. Well, it's around noon. There's one man seated at the bar who looks pretty bored. There is a bartender behind the desk, and sort of coming down from the stairwell is looks to me maybe like a washerwoman or something like that, probably employed by the bar owner. She's holding a basket of stuff, and she walks back and exits behind the bar. The bartender looks up at the four of you.
Oh. Hello.
Hi. You're travelers, I'm guessing. Are you looking for a room?
We're looking for a particular other traveler. He goes by the name of Hoob the Fair. Hooba the Fair.
Oh, yeah, of course. Rented out a room to him. He's staying in town for a couple of days, performing.
Is he at the moment?
Should be up in his room, I'm guessing.
That'll be good.
Right.
That'll be some good entertainment.
Well, I mean, you can't go up there.
No.
I'll flash on my judge's badge.
No.
Ah. All right, then. He walks out from behind the counter, doesn't ask any more questions. He just reaches out, goes to his waist, pulls out a key ring, takes one key off the ring.
He's in?
Nope, he just places that single key into Severus's hand and then goes back behind the bar.
Are there a lot of people with those feathered caps on around here?
You have seen none.
Okay.
I'll take a gold out, place it on the counter.
He shakes his head. No, sir, I don't. I don't take payment from members of the government. You go do what you need to do.
Oh, it's not.
Pull out my
payment.
bag of flour.
This is compensation for damages.
Oh.
Well, wait, Maximus.
I don't think.
That won't be necessary.
Oh,
That
I'm
won't be
sorry.
necessary.
Do you want to spend the 5 seconds putting the key in the latch and letting you know we're coming in?
Yeah, sure.
Remember what
keep
happened?
the door
Remember
in.
what happened? Oh, in fact, you don't remember what happened last time you went in. Well, in fact, you do. It's just you had already been caught.
Renesmee told me enough about it. You're right.
It went very poorly.
How much does it cost to repair a door?
Not that much.
The bartender's already pocketed the gold and says, well, you can go on up.
Sorry about
Which
this.
room is it?
There's only 2 up there, so it's the one on the left.
Okay.
All right. Everyone ready then? Do you want need to prep anything before we head
Do
on
you
up?
want to use the scroll?
Oh, that's probably a good idea. Yeah. And I'll use my see invisibility scroll.
Yeah, the guy who was just sitting at the bar, probably just, some guy who got off work early. He's just looking at all this, what the fuck is happening?
I'll look at him. I'll look at him. Get out.
He nods
Look at that
aggressively
guy.
and he exits through the front door. The bartender just remains sort of cleaning some glasses, and you speak a chant. The scroll burns in your hands and your eyes begin to glow. And it's a really unique type of glow because for detect magic, your pupils glow and it makes a sort of cat eye effect. For see invisibility, your eyes, each eye has this an arcane pattern sort of overlaid on top of it, sort of in a sci-fi setting where you have those hollow lenses in front of your eyes. It's sort of like that, but for both of them, and you have these very complex arcane sigils over each eye. And I mean, you don't see anything different, but if it comes up, you will.
Grania is going to pull on Severus's cloak and sign the word sleep.
Yeah, if you can, honestly, right away.
You
See
guys,
the man that fits the description, go for it.
And we want him alive.
If
Keep that
possible.
in mind. Well, we should try.
If you need to hurt him, aim at his hands.
Well, that's why I have this, and I'll just shoulder the warhammer.
Oh yeah, some broken bones wouldn't be too bad, I guess.
No,
you guys head up the stairs. Max clonks up the stairs with his plate armor, deafeningly loud. And as you reach the top of the stairs, on the left-hand door, the door on the left-hand side, so you're on the second floor of this place, there's two doors on the right and the left, and on the left-hand side, the door's open.
Yeah, I'm just gonna charge it.
Okay, you charge into the door with the room open. No. You charge into the room with the door open. There we go.
There you go.
And inside, you can see that it is immaculate. The bed is made. The closet is open. Yeah.
Damn it. I look around. Do I see anything?
You look around the room. If there was an invisible man skulking somewhere within visual range, you would see him. There is not.
Nuts. Is there anything in here? Any possessions of any kind?
Yeah, this guy had a chance to fully pack up and leave, and as you look around, you notice that there is a window on the north side of this room that looks up towards the main road of the town.
Oh,
How far down is it?
How far down is what?
The window to the ground.
Well, it's on the second floor, so it's like 15 feet up. The window can't be open. The window can't be open, though.
Oh, it can't be open.
Correct. It is a solid pane of glass.
Well, he would Misty Step out because he's a spellcaster.
Assuming
be,
he has
yeah.
it.
Is Misty Step a bard spell?
I believe it is,
Didn't
yes.
think so.
Oh, I think it is.
Does anyone have any?
I guess we'll see.
Have any like tracking magic?
It isn't warlock. No, it is a
I
wizard.
can locate object his hat, which is what I'm probably going to do.
Oh
It's
yeah, that
not
sounds
a
like
bar-
a great idea.
It is not a bard
Is
spell.
that?
Sorcerer,
work?
warlock, wizard.
I think it would
Someone else
work,
has
yes. Now, you only have a visual description of a hat with a feather in it, so that is a bit of an L.
I thought you said
we
I
can
hadn't
ask the
seen any
bartender.
on the way in.
Well, that's the problem, because for locate object, it specifically says...
I need it to be more specific.
Correct. A specific object known to you as long as you have seen it up close.
Interesting. Okay, that's a bit different than how we used it to find like chemical
The book.
supplies.
Well, for those, you have seen those types of supplies before. You were just looking for one of those type within 1,000 feet. This is a ultra-specific object, like a specific hat.
Is it possible to look for a specific type of hat?
Sure.
The type
Yeah.
he's
What type of
wearing?
hat do you think he's wearing?
Well, we asked the bartender, and he
And
tells
you were
us that's probably the easiest way.
sure. Yeah. Fair enough. So far, you've just been told feathered hat, and that includes a massive.
Does he have a
different hat.
horse? We need to ask the bartender all these things.
Sure.
Yeah.
You guys
I'm
head
also
down.
gonna ask him if he paid his bills yet.
You guys head downstairs. The bartender looks a bit surprised when you come down, but he doesn't say anything.
Has he paid his dues yet?
No, he pays in performances. So I mean, he's paid for the nights he stayed so far.
Well, his room is immaculate. He's gone.
What do you mean?
He packed his stuff and left.
Only one person's come down from there all day.
Well, he left anyway. He has the ability to do some magic tricks. Some minor, some not so minor. Might have been able to sneak past you while you were serving a customer.
I mean, maybe. I guess.
It's nothing to be.
What did he
worried
do?
about.
What can you tell me about his hat?
His hat?
Or anything about him. Was he traveling with a horse?
No. No, he came here on foot.
Did he come here from the road? Did he?
Yeah, he came from the north. Said that he'd been along the coast up from Flamium. Was just passing through each village he went through. Said he was going to Ravinium.
I say we try and head him off at the next village. Get there before he does.
And then one of us should wait outside.
Yeah.
If he tries that trick again.
I don't think. I think he's been gone for longer than we've been here.
Yeah. God. All the same about that scroll.
Yes, you're telling me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm kind of fuming.
You could have had a house.
Yeah, that's a 300k down the drain like that. This is personal now.
What? It's my 300k. What?
Yeah, but I'm mad for you, okay?
It's one thing for several towns to get scammed and 3 young men who did nothing other than live. It's one thing for them to die, but it's another thing for you to lose 300 gold.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh, God.
Anyway, about this guy's hat.
Well, I mean, you know, it's sort of roundish, sort of, I don't know, like a top hat type thing, I guess. And, you know, he has...
I'm gonna use minor illusion to, like, slowly form, like, his description of hat.
Yeah.
Over and over until we find something that's, like, accurate enough.
Yeah. Eventually you noodle down on something that, yeah, I mean, it works pretty well, because Severus is a pretty skilled spellcaster. And what you end up with is something that looks basically like a top hat, but no feather.
Oh, no feather?
No feather.
Well, I'm glad I didn't use the spell then. I'm going to describe the man. Black hair, full beard, fine clothes.
Oh, yeah. Yep, all that's the case.
He's not
What
using
what did he
disguises.
do?
He's unlicensed as a bard, and he's been going around spreading lies.
Casting
He's
magic on
unlicensed,
people.
but he knows so many stories. How would he know all those without one of the colleges?
Well,
Have you heard his
Under-
stories before?
he might be
other
licensed
bards?
with a different name.
Well, of course I've heard his stories before. I mean, he's telling
Anything
the
in particular?
classics. Well, yeah, I mean, so first night he came here, he did the opera of Lucretia, and then the second night he did, he told us about the war on the plains. I mean, I'd heard most of it, but it was good for the youngins to hear it.
Anything stood out? Anything unusual that he told about?
I mean, I don't know. He spent a lot of his time talking to the cleric. I felt that was a bit odd. I mean, most bards steer clear of the... And he sort of trails off when he sees Father Rixion. Well, I mean, he saw him the whole time, but he just notices him again.
Yeah. Sorry. What cleric is this?
The church has a cleric.
Well, Father Balakion.
He'd be at the church at this time of day, I assume.
Probably not, no. Him and the priest are currently having a bit of a dispute. He's probably at the cloister's manor.
Well, look at the other judges. You think it's worth inquiring about the cleric, or should we just head him off at the next village, as Maximus said?
So you guys are assuming he has come from Flamium and he is going to Ravinium?
Well, he might also just been lying, but so far he's been going south, so that seems to kind of corroborate with that.
Okay.
So what do you guys say? Check in with the cleric or not?
Sure. They're trustworthy.
I mean, if he's on foot, you guys literally move like 3 times faster than him. So, yeah, you guys can make your way to the Quaester's Manor. It's very unusual for the cleric
Does the distances line up from the 3 cities if he was on foot? You said he was like 20 miles away.
Yeah, he had weeks to travel between those towns. So yeah, there's more than enough time. Like,
what about the town we came from? Maggiano, whatever it's called?
Yeah, Maltigiano. Yeah, he
Maltigiano.
had, based on timeline, he had 2 days to travel this distance in a march, which you could have done in 1. So he seems to take a very leisurely pace when he's traveling the countryside.
Moving at any crazy
I
speed.
guess.
Yeah. Also, the fact that there was like month gaps between his arrivals sometimes makes it think like most of the time he's probably just being a totally normal bard, and it's just sometimes he just schizos out and decides to fuck over an entire fucking town. Anyways, you guys
I'm
can.
more and more thinking he's like a warlock in a shitty pact, and this like, and his like I don't know, Fey pact owner is like just telling him, "How about you do some really fucking stupid shit?"
You think Fey warlocks are bad? Grania looks over.
No, I'm not thinking they're bad.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
thinking they're the kind of people that do like insane mischief like this.
All right, you guys make your way to the
Act
Quaester's
controlling.
Manor to meet with this cleric. Approaching the manor, there is. So this is a very well-maintained estate. Makes sense. It's a very nice town. This is probably a very senior Quaestor or someone that's like very well respected just to get like this posting. It's a really nice job to get. You can see that it has like a full courtyard. It has a massive garden sprawling to the right and the left. Several apple trees that are both productive, but also partially for aesthetics. Several servants tending to said gardens, and then sitting in a pavilion to the right, you can see a man with glowing golden eyes, and he's painting on a canvas.
Father.
Oh, you dismounted and approached him across the garden. The man will glance over at the four of you. He'll sort of rest his eyes on Rixion for a little bit longer. It's always strange to see where clerics of Aurelian Soul are looking because their eyes are fully golden, but there is still the very slight outlines of irises, so you can see, his eyes rest on Rixion a bit longer. And he doesn't speak, but he does seem to, acknowledge you by his eyes.
Mm-hmm. I'll do the same. Acknowledge him with my eyes. Father, it's our understanding that you've been speaking with someone we're looking for.
So you've come here to deal with Father Lucius, then?
Father Lucius?
I'm afraid not.
He sort of narrows his eyebrows, mostly out of confusion. Who could you be here for, then?
The bard.
You're with the Department of Faith, right?
Hubba the Fair. I'll produce my judge's badge. I don't know if...
Yeah, he just nods, still a bit confused. Yes, the bard, of course I know him. Yes, I met with him a couple of times over the last few days.
The tavern owner said that you and him seem to get along fairly well. Talking
Yes.
a bit. This man is a wanted fugitive, and we're trying to find out where he's going and what he's looking for.
This does not seem to be a religious matter.
No, it's not.
Then I do not have any desire to assist you.
Wait, what were the things he was saying that were reason? Yeah, it is sort of religious because he's been spreading lies, saying that the clerics are saying it's going to be the end of the world.
Oh yeah, he did say that Aurelian Sol was going to end the world, and made an entire village basically lose their way, thinking that Aurelian Sol had decided the world wasn't worth saving anymore.
How long ago?
Like 4 days.
Oh,
That was when he left the last time.
4 or
right?
5 days, maybe a week at this point.
Well, the man you're describing is not the one that I met, so I'm afraid I can't help you very much.
How can you be sure?
I don't mean in personage, I mean in the way he described himself to me. Perhaps he is the fugitive you're looking for, but nothing he said indicated such.
That's possible. What type of things was he talking about?
Well, I've been in a very public feud with the father of this city. I have recently been given this post, as of about 6 months ago, and me and the father have been engaged in a lengthy dispute regarding a piece of church canon, and the bard had been having conversations with me and telling me stories of the wider world that make me think that he has a similar interpretation of the Divine Creed.
May I ask what this feud is about?
Father Lucius is of the belief that prior to death, if a man does not do holy actions in his life, then he will find himself, well, not brought to the Tranquiline Halls, and he will suffer eternal damnation at the hands of the Hounds of Oblivion. I believe he is a heretic and a fool, and one who seeks to find witches where there are none. All a man must do is accept Aurelian's soul in his heart.
Father Rexian, which one of these do you think is true?
God, I don't know. I actually, what is the more...
There is not an answer in the church canon regarding this question.
Right, but there's, I feel like this is based on something real, right?
It is based on something real.
It's like,
Yeah,
I don't know if it's the
versus
big...
Protestants, isn't it?
No, it's not Catholic versus
side is-
Protestants. It's a very noodly religious concept, and even Protestant churches disagree. Basically, the real life thing is that in Christianity, some believe that just by believing in God, that like accepting Him into your heart, the last possible moment before you die is enough to get you into heaven. Others believe that you have to do righteous action in life to achieve such a position.
I don't know enough about actual Christianity. I think that what is more orthodox? Because I think
that's the thing. In the Varusian Creed, which is the Aurelian soul, orthodoxy, it does not answer that question because that is not relevant.
Has this been a long-running feud, or what's the most commonly accepted, or has this been a thing that's gone back as far as Rixion's been around?
Basically, as long as you've been around, because the Captiosan Creed, which was originally written, directly contradicts itself on this. There is one part of the Captiosan Creed which says that righteous action in life secures your position in the Tranquiline Halls. There's another section of the Captiosan Creed which says, no, you have to just accept him into your heart. And these are, directly contradictory. Then the Varusian Creed was written, and it said nothing about it. All it said was all the stuff related to the Emperor's divinity. It never addressed this core question. So there literally isn't an answer, but this cleric spoke to Aurelian's soul.
This specific cleric did?
All do. All clerics speak to Aurelian's soul.
So then how can they disagree?
Well, because one of them's a father, the other one's a cleric. Also, people see different things when they die, as you would know.
Right, but I'm assuming that I don't know what level the cleric is, but a commune would kind of...
Oh, no, that's not how he spoke to Aurelian's soul. He just died.
Okay.
He's not that high level.
Okay.
Can you commune? Can't, right?
Paladins don't get commune, no.
Yeah.
Really?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
It's a third level or fourth level?
It's a fifth level spell.
Isn't it fifth?
It's a fifth, then I don't think, I don't even know if paladins get fifth level.
Yeah, it's just cleric.
Amazing spell, by the way.
Very base. But yeah, that is the feud that they've been having, and it's been unresolvable because the father disagrees with him, and the cleric says that, based on his experiences with Aurelian's soul.
17.
Yeah.
So, Father Rexian, what do you truly believe in your heart?
It's hard for me to decide because I know that I want to ally with
Stricter thing?
the side that won the...
Yeah.
So when they started, there was some big war.
The Light Wars, yeah.
The Light Wars.
Yeah, that had to do with all the Varusian Creed stuff. It had nothing to do with this.
And so even people within the Light Wars all disagreed on both sides. Nobody had a side that they agreed with on that.
Yeah, because the
Is there a
Varusian
official
Creed.
statement of the Emperor on this?
No, that's the thing. This is a totally unanswered question of doctrine, which is why there's room for debate. Because if one of them was strictly heretical, they would have already been dealt with. This would not be a public conversation.
I think I probably lean with the father that you should do righteous things. I think Rixion would think that. So he disagrees with this cleric.
Do you say as much? Because Severus did ask your opinion.
If he's asking my opinion, I'd say yes. It's for the good of the Empire that you do the righteous things.
And the cleric will sigh heavily. And I assume you are to say, Father, that you've done nothing unrighteous in your entire life.
It's not what I've said. I do the righteous things to try and make up for that.
And yet, how can you know the results of your action? Perhaps a man finds himself in a town and he has every good intention. He wishes to purge evil. He wishes to bring good to the Empire. But his superiors have led him astray. In reality, he has not only killed people, burned the wrong men alive, but his entire purpose, his existence of purging evil from the Empire, has been twisted by his superiors. At that point, your intent was righteous, but your actions were evil. Where does that put you?
right where the Almighty intends for us to be.
Bah! You can't hide behind fate. At a certain point, men make decisions, and at that point, if you're doing evil actions, it matters not your intent. All that matters is the belief in your heart.
How do you know that?
Because I have seen him, and I know the love that suffuses his being. I know his care for every living mortal, well, at least amongst us humans. So, with that, I cannot square that to believe that he would be so reductive as to believe
Does he
that...
look at Severus when he says that? Because he's the only one that's obviously not human, right?
I don't think he looks at Severus, but I think it does come off as a slight. And yeah, he will say
curious.
That. Yes.
If you, of course, you believe what you're saying because you felt Aurelian Salt's love itself.
Yes.
And obviously, in a hypothetical, if somebody was to ask you under the zone of truth, you'd state the same thing. Speaking
course.
Truth is the truth, obviously. How would you reconcile if there was another cleric that thought he saw that righteousness is the most important thing? And
Oh, well, that
they
is
would say
simple.
under
He
zone of truth,
misinterpreted
say
the
exact
sign.
same thing.
Yes, he misinterpreted the sign.
And how would you resolve that?
I would
When
say
both
that
of
he
you
was
are
wrong.
based on subjective experiences. How do you know that you're not the one misinterpreting something? How can
My
you be
vision
so 100%
was straightforward.
So purely showing yourself?
Many such clerics receive confused things when they die. They see glimpses of the divine. They receive words or predictions of future events. When I died, I saw but one thing. His arms embraced me. I felt warmth so powerful that I thought that I had gone to the Tranquiline Halls. I felt a love suffuse me. I felt a care for every living man and woman. There is no other way to interpret that belief. The warmth that I felt would not be so foolish as to take an entire complexity of a man and reduce him down to just the actions that he did and ignore his intent.
I feel like since Rixion's been a priest before, he's probably heard these arguments a lot.
Yeah, and you've heard people
I
receive
kinda
death
wanna
visions,
just-
yeah.
Right, and I want to move past this because this is irrelevant to the bard. And he's not going to change my mind. We're not going to change his mind.
Yeah, because they're both based on personal experience, and you're never
Exactly.
going to trump personal experience. But yeah, the cleric just has his eyes closed, and he seems to just be basking in that one moment that he received when he died.
Right. I'm sorry. I'm not sure we can possibly help you solve your disputes. Both you and Father Lucian seem to be very much sure of their beliefs.
Father Lucius will be dealt with when a representative from the Department of Faith arrives. He is supposed to be my subordinate within the hierarchy. I have been revived, he has not. If he's so confident that Aurelian Soul agrees with him, he should toss himself in the river and see if he comes back to life.
Fair enough.
Based.
Um,
But there are clerics that disagree with him in
Of
the
course,
Department of Faith.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Yeah.
you yourself are like kind of doubting what he's saying.
correct, and you've and you know what you saw when you died, and none of it related to his divine love. We'll put it that way.
No.
Yeah.
I need to look at my bio and see what it said. I forgot. It was like the fall of the...
You saw
Pax
prophetic
Mithdosica,
visions
right?
of hell, practically. Yeah, you saw the end of the Empire.
What?
Oh shit. Why would you say that? How come? Spoilers.
Oh yeah. True.
Well, no, this was the foretelling of the end of the Pax, which already did end, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just saw something that already happened. Or
Yeah, your
that
vision
was
came
going
true.
to happen, and then it happened.
Yeah.
Not that it's still not for future.
Correct. Your visions have already resolved themselves.
Yes.
Either way, the cleric will shake his head and say, "Beyond that, if what you're telling me is true, I never truly knew this bard. I've only spoken to him for 2 days, and everything he ever spoke of is not aligning with what you are telling me. He said that he had come from the city of Tarako and he was going to Parla, if that helps."
Oh,
Where's Marla?
No, it
And also,
doesn't,
there's
because
He's
told
been
somebody
lying
else.
to
He came
you.
from Flaminium to Ravinia.
and we've got reports that he's been in XYZ cities. I don't know the names of them.
Sure, you
sorry.
say all the names, and he says, I don't think he could have come from Flamium. He has a strange accent to him. He sounds... I don't know. Not from around
Are
here.
bards known for being able to, like, disguise? I feel like this guy's just being naive. Like, I feel like everyone knows bards can be tricksy.
They can be. It's just that in the Empire, registered bards have a very strict ethical conduct they have to keep to, and if they don't,
Okay,
they're not
I'm
only...
gonna tell him,
registered.
look in, if, I don't know if he would have access to the records.
He would
but
not.
He's unlicensed. He's not even a licensed bard. He's strict to you.
The priest will nod and say, I see. When you catch him, then, you should make sure to take that certificate out of his holdings, because he does have one on him that he obviously uses.
Did you happen to see the name that it said on it? Did it just
Yes,
say?
it said Huba the Fair, yes.
Okay, just.
It must be a forgery if what you're saying is true.
It must be.
Yeah.
Oh, what just happened? My
Time
internet
to.
flickered.
Well,
Monka.
let's find more about it. Let's continue onwards? Question mark. Ask around, see if anybody saw him, and then. Back on the
Yeah,
chase.
I guess so. We've got another thing that we could look for, which is the exact document that's a certificate, but with his name on it.
Oh yeah, that works, doesn't it?
That's true. That's and that you can get ultra specific on because those are totally standardized. So you just do everything else. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, let's just do that thing.
But he might be far away right now. I don't know how far he would be.
There is that within 1,000 feet, and the second thing is you need to go find an actual normal one, and then you could do all the same things except
Oh,
because you don't know what one looks like.
haven't-
You know they exist, but you've never seen one personally.
Okay,
Oh,
I've never
okay.
inspected one. Sure.
Yeah, there's just
Is
I
there
don't
a
know
way
why you
to
would.
see one real quick?
Yeah. If you guys go to Ravinium, they have a records there from the Department of
If we're
Civility.
gonna start having to burn my locate object spells, I do need a long rest because I only have one spell slot left.
Or you could go
let's
try to
head-
find another bard.
we should definitely catch this guy before we take him.
Yeah, let's just fucking catch.
Yeah, I'd
this
imagine
person.
how many
it's
lives you could ruin
only-
given another week. Based.
Yeah. Holy shit! It's gonna tell people Satan is a Iridian soul or something.
I mean, he already seemed to be up to something in this town. Who knows what though?
Yeah, he was just picking this cleric's brain,
Yeah, surely.
trying to schmooze him, and then
Really,
And
if
then
anyone
what?
already do something to him and made him forget or something weird like that.
Monka. If he does have modified memory, that'd break this case wide open because then they'd be forgetting all sorts of details about him.
I hate that
What
spell.
level is modified memory again?
5th level, so you'd have to be a 9th level bard.
Also,
bards
it's
get modified
touch.
memory.
They do, I think. Yeah,
It's
bard and
touch
wizard.
range, and it requires you
Oh my
to.
God.
30-foot range. I
Fail
don't know where
wisdom
he got.
saving.
I don't know where he got touched from, but
I thought it's a touch spell.
nah, it's 30-foot range. But yes, it does
not-
require
it's
them to
not
fail
much
wisdom
of a
save.
Have to be level 9.
Though it is not that OP because it's only 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
but-
not a permanent modify.
No, it is a
No,
permanent
it's
modifier. It's
not-
only 10 minutes of time that you can remove.
Oh,
And
unless he
it can only
upcast
be experienced within the last 24 hours and lasts
Yeah.
no more than 10 minutes. Yeah.
The really fucked up part of the spell
Do
isn't
you do
erasing
24 hours on this spell, or do you do a week? Since
I do 24 hours because the spell's already really strong. But the really strong part about the spell, personally, in my opinion, is not erasing memories. It's adding in new ones. Like you can convince someone you saved them from a beggar, and that like you're their best friend now, even though you did nothing. I think that's
Yeah.
the strongest aspect of the spell. And there's no way to detect whether a memory is modified or
Oh
you know.
no, I just had the stupidest. No, I'm not even gonna say that out loud. Don't
Okay.
know me.
He has
based.
to say it now.
No, he doesn't.
Nope. he
I
has
was just
to
like
say it.
wondering
Yes,
if
he
you
does.
can make somebody have like life-changing revelations that aren't
Yes.
actually true.
Yes.
Like, can you make somebody like realize that they're like, oh no, their new calling is that they want to become the best singer in the world?
Yes. They're also, I don't remember where I saw that. It must have been maybe it was in an adventure, maybe it was in a short story or something, but someone basically input a memory of this person falling in love with them in those 10 minutes, and then that's like super incongruous with the rest of this person's experience, but they're like, wait a minute, in those 10 minutes though, I love this person. So yeah, you can
Well,
do
if we
some really...
think it's modified memory, then we could go talk to the other father and see if he.
No,
That
sorry.
spell-
This
that
putting
spell's
this
so
into the
fucked up.
putting this into the conversation was poison. If you think he's a 9th level bard, he has access to a bunch of other spells as well that are really scary. But I was just saying, hypothetically.
yes.
Wouldn't the
Yeah.
move be Harkon is that you just make them fall in love with you within the first 10 minutes of seeing you, so that way they think it's a love at first
That'd be
sight,
that'd be
it's
even
not
better.
as-
Yeah, it's love at first sight. Yeah, true.
That this spell is terrifying.
It's really, really scary. Because the scariest part about it is the not being able to detect or remove those memories. That's the really fucked up part.
Well, you can remove them with remove curse or great restoration.
Correct. You can. Yeah, I guess there is that. I was more so meaning like you can't get someone to recognize what the dreams are. Like you can't get them to recognize whether they're real or fake. So everyone exists in a world where. Yeah, sure. Everyone exists in a world where your most core memories could be not yours.
Not a magic thing that you can dispel either.
No, you can remove curse or greater restoration on it, but again, there's no way to detect it other than.
So you might end up burning a spell slot.
Yeah.
Or whatever resource.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's assume the bard doesn't have that, because that would make this really, really, really hard.
Let's just pretend that spell doesn't exist.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Harkon would do that to us.
Well, if you think he's a 9th level bard, you gotta prepare for all the other spells they have access to as well.
Harkon wouldn't do that.
Is there a
Surely.
limit to how many times a creature can be affected by that spell?
No. But it's last 24 hours, and it's bards to get them back in long rest, so it'd be like one memory a week.
I'm just imagining if there's like a theoretical circle of 9th level casters that
they can just
mind
destroy
basically
someone.
Rewrite somebody's entire life.
Yeah, I always thought about having an order of assassins that just get Manchurian candidated, where like they get their whole they're a really good assassin for one kingdom, and then they get their whole past rewritten by, like you said, a cabal of evil money wizard gangs, and then they're convinced that they actually were a double agent the whole time.
Money wizard gang.
Yeah, and they become convinced that they were a double agent. So yeah. I thought that was a cool concept, but you're right, it requires way too much magic.
Do warlocks have access to
Nah, it's just wizard and bard.
Alright, that's probably good then.
Yeah. It's scary that bards have it though, because bards are so much more devious than wizards.
I disagree.
That's okay. I'm right, but it's okay.
Anyways, a power-hungry fucking crazy people.
Is there a bard Illuminati?
Is there? Holy shit, that's the true plot line for this whole campaign. Anyways, what are we doing with this bard, guys?
I don't know how to find it.
Yeah. You are running into the same issue that every other person that looked for him.
And saw where they went.
As long as he's within the range, we just need to see an existing bard membership thing, right?
Correct. You did figure that out. How do you get within
the
1,000 feet of
bard membership thing is we have to go back to Ravinium.
Let's travel across like all the fucking towns south anyways towards Ravinium and ask if they've seen him.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
As well. So is there a pattern to where he's going? Is there a direction he's going from the cities he's traveled dust through?
Well, he went in a straight line, then he hit the coast, and then he went south. He went in a straight line west, then he
going south towards Ravinium should work, right? And then just like hitting every village on the way, asking if they've seen him.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys spend the rest of the day. Are we committing to this? Okay. Going to Ravinium and asking villages along the way. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You guys travel along the coastline and you pass villages. The first village you go through says yes, the guy passed through about an hour before you. The second village you go through says no, they have not seen anyone like that.
And we didn't see anyone on the road?
No.
From...
Which, just based on the curvature of the coastline, means the guy probably went eastward, not southward, because in that first town there was a road going east and a road going south, and you went south and there was no person, so...
Where does that town connect to? That next town?
The second town?
The town that you said he would have probably gone east from.
Yes, so that one, the road just goes eastward. I mean, there's like dozens of villages that way.
Okay, so it just keeps going. Okay.
Yeah, we're going east, I guess.
Oh, okay. I thought you were headed to Ravinium.
We got to go to Ravinium to get the.
I mean, if you want to try to catch up onto the road, you could go eastward.
Yeah, I think we can just catch him. It doesn't seem like he's hiding. Like,
okay.
It's not like he's
He doesn't know that we're looking, probably.
Well,
because we've been behind it. Well, he probably doesn't know.
Okay. You guys double back to that first village, a small little town named Portco, and then you go eastward. This time you ride hard. You're not just clopping along the road. Grania, you are pain. You are agony. Life is hell. You pass through several additional villages. You don't even stop to ask if they've seen anyone, right? Because you're just trying to catch up to a guy walking on the road.
Oh, what? No.
Okay. You go to this first town. You pause. You slow your horses. A man looks surprised. You flash the judge's badge. He says, "Yes, sir. Man came through here about 40 minutes ago."
What direction was he heading?
Eastward, sir.
All right. We're heading east. Wait, is he lying?
Roll an insight check.
What? No.
I-
Why would he lie?
Because this is the
been
bard.
fucking
He's just himself.
enchanted.
No one else has lied or been enchanted in this entire thing we've been.
Do we know that?
Or
Holy
everyone has lied.
Exactly.
If everyone's at it, it doesn't matter.
By the time we get to him, he's gonna have no spell slots left. Easy.
You do an insight check. The man seems properly surprised. He seems properly scared. He's either a very talented actor or he's telling the truth.
Let's just head
Talented
eastward.
actor.
Okay, you head eastward. You arrive at the next town. You ask the
Actually,
villager.
bard with disguise self.
At this point, you're starting to catch up to him so much that a man at the edge of the road looks up. He sees you. You ask him, and he says, "Oh, yes, sir. I must have seen him just a couple of minutes ago."
All right.
What direction was he heading?
What was he wearing?
I use eastward, and he was wearing a big stovepipe hat and some fancy clothes, and he had a lute on his back.
I would preemptively cast Detect Magic as a ritual, and then we catch up to him, right? That'd be the mean.
It depends on if he has any active magic on him. I don't know that he would.
I mean,
God, I wish we had Zedney's flashing eyes right now.
Do you guys want to slow down for a minute to let Grania cast Detect Magic?
No, this is Severus. I don't have it.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
Okay. Do you want to slow for 10 minutes?
I don't think so.
Okay,
Can
you
we
guys.
rule that you can ritual cast on the horse?
No, not when you're riding
No,
hard
we
like
can't, we
this.
can't.
Yeah, not when you're riding hard. You guys ride hard eastward out of this little village, and you begin to exit out of this town. You see that it's pretty agricultural. There's plenty of people going about their business. Carts coming into the town. People tilling to the fields. You head into the next town. You ride in hard, you slow your horse to a stop, you point at a villager, he looks around, the young man, looks side to side, he's like 13, 14, and you flash your judge's badge, and he says, yes, sir.
Bard.
Did you see a bard?
No, sir.
Man with a hat coming through here.
No.
Let's see.
Damn it. How long have we been on this trail?
At this point, you rode for, okay, let's do some mile measurements. So you rode for 3 miles southward, then you went back up for a mile and a half, then you went eastward by 4 miles. So that's like, 8 miles total?
Okay,
So you guys have been riding for maybe an hour and a half?
Damn it.
Also, based on what you heard on those time estimates between those villages, there's no way you didn't just overtake him. Even if he was sprinting full speed, he's not faster than a horse.
And we didn't
Right,
see
Detect
anyone on the road.
Magic.
You saw plenty of people on the road, but you didn't see anyone that looked
Oh.
like a bard.
Nobody
I'm
with the hat.
casting Detect
No, but-
Magic.
Okay, you start to ritual cast Detect Magic, and the peasant boy, after 10 seconds of Hecko's eyes rolling into the back of his head and chanting, he says, "Can I go?
Yes.
Thank you." And he scampers off as Hecko just does his Mongolian throat chanting as he channels his Detect Magic spell. And eventually, 9 minutes later, you open up your eyes, Hecko, and your eyes are glowing.
Do I see anything?
Well, only your allies are within 30 feet of you, so no.
Right.
Besides our
We're
magic.
heading back to down the roads where we just came from, and we're looking at everybody real hard.
Okay.
Okay,
And
that's
I'm
fine.
guessing fluttering one would be hiding.
Correct. The fluttering one would have just unsummoned
You
itself.
get plenty of time to hide whenever you still casting Detect Magic.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
just unsummoned.
Plenty of time.
You guys
10 minutes, right?
go westward now, traveling back the way you came across this road. You slow your roll. You clip-clop and look at people, stare at them, see if they have any magic on them. And you
Dark hair
arrive...
and beards. Handsome.
Ask them
Yeah.
for him, honestly.
Sure.
Fine clothes.
Yeah, so far you
Or I guess
only... You just see peasants. You see peasant men, peasant women, peasant carts, and grains, and all that stuff.
How long would it
Agricultural
take
life.
a peasant like that to be cleaned up into the description we have without without magic but doing it?
I don't know, 20 minutes in a bathroom.
Okay.
And you continue to clip-clop down the road, and you arrive back at the original town that you were told he'd been through there only a couple minutes before. No one along that road had magic.
And no one fit the description, but
Is that me?
dressed down as a.
Well, that's a lot
villager?
harder question, because almost every villager here has dark black hair, so at that point you're just looking for any young men with black hair, and that's almost everyone.
And
Like
the
the majority of people engaged in agricultural
Full
work.
beard.
Well, if they're in their 20s, then most people here have beards because they're not constantly grooming themselves. So you're talking about like, what is that? Probably 20% of the agricultural working population. Early 20s male with beard and black hair, which is most of
I'm
Mithdosians.
starting to think that this guy has a hat of disguise.
That would pick up as magic.
Yeah, you
Yeah, would.
absolutely pick that up.
No, he's like
Sure,
lying.
fuck.
He has the ability to get detection.
That would be,
That
yeah.
too,
At that
yeah,
point, you're just
stacked.
fucked because you're never detecting him.
It's Tolius.
Hell, actually, that'd be
You're
so
okay,
fucked
man.
because locate object would never. It's Tullius. Actually, dude, Chowder said that like 3 hours ago in the chat. He's like, what if the bard is just Tullius on one hell of a bender? That's a good bit.
Good one shotter.
He's doing
Um,
That is pretty funny.
Fuck, what do we do?
We could.
Lay a trap for him? Or we go to
Yeah.
Ravinium?
Well, we could just wait in, because he has to stop somewhere. Right? He's been stopping in these towns for the night, right?
Yes. So, and from what you've heard of the description of him, every time you've heard it, they say he's walking on foot. He has basically just the clothes on him and loot. So he's not like, carrying a giant bag of adventuring gear.
Wait, a loot.
Yes.
How common are loots?
Incredibly uncommon. That is exclusively used by bards.
Yeah, how about we detect a liquid object in the loot?
That's a great
They're
idea.
Okay.
probably within his range. If he's
And we've definitely
nearby.
seen a loot before.
But I just want to warn you guys: if we don't find it, I'm out of spells. I'm out of the. I can only do this once.
How
So
long does
it's-
it last?
I hope it works.
I think it
I
lasts
think
for
it's
10
like
minutes.
half an hour.
Oh.
10 minutes maybe.
We got
Let
to
me.
look that up.
Yeah.
Because the distance between the two
Second
villages
level.
is, yeah, it's 10 minutes.
Okay, object. 10 minutes.
How
Enough
many
time?
feet is a mile? It's 5,280.
Yeah, so with
Yeah,
1,000 feet
actually.
range, and he's moving at a rate of 60 feet per round. No, 120 feet per round if he's riding hard.
Is a dash.
Yeah, so 120 feet per
If
round.
you catch him on horseback.
So you can cover. Oh god, I don't want to do the math, but one second. 28.
And if we start like 1,000 feet
120
out
times
from this
6.
place.
No, wait, I'm gonna do it. It's okay. I'm doing it. And so it'd be 520. No, it'd be 120 times 6 times 10 plus the initial range. You guys can cover like 2 miles, 2 square miles with this. Which
that
is the,
enough range?
that's the,
I
that's
don't know
the
that-
I mean that is the full distance between these two villages as well as the body of the villages themselves because they're so close together.
I'd say we go
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, are we casting it? Are we committing? Are we using the spell slot?
I don't know where we are right now.
You guys are in village to the west.
Wilbur is so high.
I mean, if we want to start, which way am I going?
You're riding eastward to the town that had reported not seeing him, I'd imagine.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I'll cast it and start writing as soon as I cast it, or I'll
Okay.
start writing out. I'll start writing out and then I'll cast it because we know he's not still in this town, or we're pretty sure.
Do
he's
you?
not. We're pretty sure. Because
Okay.
this
Yeah,
is
we
the
can-
town they said he left, right?
Alex said we had time for anyway.
You can do both villages and the road in between with 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Then
Okay.
yeah, I'll cast it and do both.
You cast
villages and-
locate object and it is within 1,000 feet of you right now. You don't need to ride at all.
It shows the direction. so,
Correct.
just
Where?
follow it.
He's in
It's
our
pointing
west.
northward.
This way.
It is pointing northward off
North.
the road in the direction of a small copse of trees.
All right, this way, guy. I don't know if it's a visible arrow on me.
It is.
or-
Oh no, it's visible for
Okay.
you, but no one else.
Okay, then I'll just lead the way, and I'll be riding quickly.
Okay. You start to ride northward off the track. Several peasants, get out of your way because you're just
Is it
trampling through
moving?
their fields. No,
Because you can detect if it's moving.
it is not moving.
It is not moving. I hope it
You
doesn't
guys
hit it.
continue to ride towards it, and you approach this, small copse of trees. You
Ditch the
sort of
root.
burst through the low-lying branches. It's getting closer now. It's within like 15 feet of you. You burst forward to your large summoned warhorse, trampling things underfoot, and you approach the base of a tree. And gathered at the base of the tree, you see a set of fine clothes. You see a lute. You see a feathered hat. You see a tall sort of top hat looking thing. Several bags of coin.
And no person.
No person.
Damn, this dude is
Detect
fucking
magic.
swifty.
I'm sitting down here and detecting magic.
Your detect magic's still going from when you first cast in that other town, and the
Oh,
loot is
didn't-
magical.
Oh, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then he'll
What
probably
type of
want to come
magic?
back for that
What's
if he doesn't
cool?
have it, right?
Well, one would imagine you wouldn't just leave your magical loot sitting under a tree. Yeah.
Right, but if he knows that we know he's here,
Oh, I
like
don't.
if I was,
Yeah, I don't think
if
you
I was
get that
charging
sense
really
from this.
hard.
Yeah, I don't think you get the sense that he. I don't think you get the sense he ditched these to avoid a locate object spell. These are all neatly folded and stuff. Like they're placed in a specific spot.
I'm the
alright, he
sneakiest
is-
out of all of us. I could
Doing
just
low
chill
shit.
here and wait.
Yeah, this is not.
We all
This is
want
not
to
to
chill
counter a
here and
locate
wait.
object because this was like pre-done.
well, I
Uh,
don't want to sit here and wait because I'll give off light and he'll probably come back at night.
Yeah, so I could sit here and wait on on top of the tree.
Okay, well, like shouldn't we all, or I suppose as many people as possible, sit here and wait? Because while I am not stealthy on the move, it is much easier to conceal oneself if you have half an hour to do so.
That's
That
true.
is
I'll
true.
just
Your
we'll
horse?
find a
Your
hiding
ho-
place and I'll
yeah.
stay there and go to sleep or something.
Correct.
I mean,
Your
we're
horses.
gonna come.
Yeah, your horses can't be here, and
Yeah.
those just can't hide. And then also,
My
Rixion
horse
needs.
has a mile range. of
Sure, and
my
Rixion
way.
needs to close his eyes. Other than that, though, that
Yeah,
idea
so I'm
works.
gonna go to sleep.
Wait.
I'm gonna take a nap and I'm gonna tell my horse to fuck off somewhere.
May I ask what
does,
school
uh,
of magic the loot is, by the way?
I don't think it has a
Enchantment?
classified school.
Okay.
Oh.
I just don't think. Yeah, I don't think that this
Is
particular
it just
magic
like a
item works
plus
like
one or
that.
something?
It's something like that, but it,
Well,
I
he
don't
could
think-
identify it if he's got 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you do have 10 minutes. But while you're doing,
I'm
before you
scared
start burning through,
touching it.
10-minute times, let's talk about the rest of the party. So, Maximus, are you leading off the 4 horses out back towards the road?
I would like to come back, but yes.
Okay. Yeah, as you lead out the 4 horses out of the copse, I mean, basically half this
If
little
you
town is...
ride, well, I don't know
ride-
how. What, can you talk to Mickey and like he understands to go wait somewhere?
He understands vague. He understands vague.
Okay, because I like.
If I tell him to stay put somewhere, he'll stay put.
Okay, I was just gonna say I can
Tie
like
the
command
horses
my
to your
horse
magical
telepathically.
horse? Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Can we tie our horses reins to yours so your horse leads ours?
What?
I don't know if that would work.
I don't think they'd follow another horse pulling on their reins. I don't think that they
Uh,
work like that. I think they're trained to follow human commands, not other horses pulling on their shit.
And does your horse speak to other horses?
I have no idea.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I think it can only. I think
don't know if animal to animal language is a thing.
no, it's not because that's not how that works. But I think Find Seed explicitly is just like an intelligent. So it is intelligent. So this creature can absolutely follow all commands Yogi gives it, and it can communicate with him telepathically.
Yeah, it's like a
But-
familiar.
Yeah, but the rest of these horses can't. Mickey is very smart for a horse, but he's still a horse, and these other 2 are not even well trained
So
horses.
then
They're
I
just random
should
riding horses.
I should ride the horses off to the main road, or
Well,
where's a good
Maximus.
spot to put them?
Maximus can tie up 4 horses. He's not. He can.
Right, but he wants to come back. So is he gonna just walk back?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I was gonna ride back and tell my horse to go somewhere.
Oh, okay, sure.
I-
It
but
doesn't make a
it's not-
difference,
it-
so it doesn't
I
matter.
don't know. It doesn't make a difference, Max.
Either way, yeah, Maximus, you ride out the 4 horses out of the copse of trees. I mean, the town is like gathered out here looking at you guys. Roll me a perception check.
Okay. By the way, I do have a passive perception of 16.
That is not relevant for this, because this is like a
Alright.
social cues thing.
Ah, I see. Okay, cool.
Who's rolling this?
Maximus is.
15?
Yeah, Maximus, you notice that, the town, half this town is now gathered out. Not a big population, by the way. It's like 20 people that are gathered to watch you. But there's like 20 people gathered and watching you. And you notice that, like, they're all bunched up, but little towns like these, they know every person in their town. Like, obviously. Like, they're going to know the names of every person here. I mean, there's 40 people. This is like, this is their, yeah. One person,
well
though.
up in the business
Yeah, there's
there.
one person that's like a bit separated off from the rest of the rest of these 40 or so people. Sorry, 20 people, because it's only about half the town. And they're not like, it's not a big enough distance that it's like, oh, this is a solo person. But it is notable just because a small town like this, they're all clustered together. They're like talking to one another. No one's talking to this person. They're sort of like separated the group. And the 14 is, do you recognize them because you saw them yesterday? They were descending from the 2nd floor of the tavern when you guys first entered it, and they looked like a washerwoman. That's what you assumed they were. You sort of wrote them off because they were holding a bag of laundry. And you see that woman, that same woman, is at sort of the edge of this crowd.
Okay, I'll tie up the horses somewhere except for Mickey.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, so you go to the road, you sort of stop near the edge of the town, you find a fence securing one of these fields, you tie it up, the whole town of 20 or so people are still watching you. You glance over, to confirm that the woman's still there, and you notice that that woman is not present anymore, though there is still a person now sort of on the opposite side of that group of the town. And again, if it weren't for you just noticing this subtle little thing of like no one's talking to them familiar, like no one's patting them on the back and you're like, oh, you see that shit? No, they're just like totally separate in terms of that sense. But it's a totally different looking person. They look like mid-50s, sort of an older man.
Does he have a hat on?
No.
Black hair, beard?
No.
I will not comment.
All right, yeah, that's if the horses other than Mickey are tied up.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to tie my horse up, by the way.
Well, I don't know that, so your horse is tied up.
He's gonna break your.
He's gonna break his bridle, but anyway, I get on Mickey.
Okay.
And I wheel Mickey around and start charging the dude down.
I mean, yeah, for the rest of the town, it feels like you're charging them, so they start to scatter. The man that you're charging, though, he sort of gasps a little bit, and the minor illusion he cast over himself fades away, and you see a handsome 20-year-old man with a sort of sharp jawline, a nice, well-trimmed beard. He is wearing a very simple undergarment, like just white undergarment. And as
all the rest of his shit's over there.
As you ride towards him, he lifts up his hand and takes out a small little flute from his side, which he begins to. It's a tiny little travel-sized flute.
Can I try to sleep him when I see him?
Unfortunately not, because you guys are out at a copse of trees and Maximus is alone.
Unfortunately, none of you guys are over here.
Yeah, and he blows a little ditty on his flute. You're about 300 feet out at this point, and he disappears.
Fuck. Damn it. If I had my thing right now, that would be...
This would be the perfect time to use it, yeah.
Oh dear.
You don't have the bag of flour either.
And even if he did, the guy, he was 300 feet off when the guy did it, so he wouldn't know where to throw the bag.
I'll just throw it 300 feet.
When was the last time it rained? Is it muddy?
What sort of terrain was he in?
He was standing in a field with the rest of the townsfolk, but now, because from their perspective, you just rode a horse at them, they sort of scattered, and then, it's hard to tell because this entire field is now covered with tons of boot tracks and stuff like that. Plus, you saw him, he was not wearing any shoes. So if you're looking for anything, it'd be like footprints. But again, it rained 2 days ago, but most of that rain is dried up by now, so it's not really that muddy anymore.
So...
You hear a voice in your head, Maximus. You hear the voice of... Okay, here's the question. This is kind of a meta question that's going to tip it off for Maximus, but who was the first person to speak to the bartender? It was Father Rixion, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, then you hear a voice in your head, Maximus. You hear Father Rixion's voice. We need your help. Something terrible has happened.
Does Father Rixion have the power to do that?
That's up to Maximus to know.
Exactly.
Yes.
Maximus stops in the field. Can I make a perception check to see anything amiss? Things moving that shouldn't be reasonably moving.
Yeah, sure.
Weirdest part is that, this was a regular invisibility spell, and this that just
And that
did
should
the
have
message
made him
to his head.
uninvisible. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
This is cast a spell that would break.
It would have, yeah.
Yeah, I imagine it's something to do with the flute he has.
Yeah, you do a
I
perception
assumed the
check
flute was
and
a focus.
you look around
Or
at the
it's
surrounding
invisibility.
field,
That's why it's invisible.
and you notice that, sort of at the edge of the field, a lot of the townsfolk have gathered. There's all 20 of them are sort of pressed up against the nearby fence looking out at you. And on the far side of the field, so, the townsfolk are on the left-hand side of the field, sort of gathered up on that fence. On the right-hand side of the field, there's a sort of young boy, he's 7 or 8, and he's sort of pressed up against the fence looking out at you with wide eyes. Other than that, though, the field looks remarkably normal.
Kill the
Run down
child.
the kid.
You said there's a boy over there?
Yeah.
Pressed up against the fence.
Yeah, looking out at the field along with all the other folks. I will say, as you're,
Did he
sort of
see him
looking
before?
around, Well, no, but he also wasn't looking like specifically at each townsfolk for it. I will say though, as you sort of look around the field, a bluebird, just a common blue jay, sort of flies down and lands on the head of the horse. Mickey has been trained not to eat birds when they land on him, which is the default horse behavior.
Wait, really?
Have you never seen a video of a horse eating a bird? It's horrifying.
No.
No.
Oh, yeah, they do that.
I saw baby chickens.
Yeah, they're called opportunistic omnivores, where if a small animal gets near them, they will eat them. Anyways, this blue jay floats down and lands on the head of Mickey, and it looks up at you, and it chirps, and Common comes out, and it says, "Your friends need you. They're all dying."
What the fuck?
Okay, what the fuck? This motherfucker, I will try and fucking
You're on drugs.
So what are you doing?
Yeah, I'll fucking schwack the bird.
Yeah, make an attack against it.
Oh man, if Renesmee was here, he might believe it.
I guess I'm gonna fucking. I guess I'll get the warhammer out because the lance.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, you mulch the fucking bird. It's just a bird. Yeah, you obliterate a fucking tiny little blue jay. Its broken body hits the field, and some townspeople, just gasp as you murder a local bird. Because they didn't hear it speak common. They're off the edge of the field. They just saw you murder a bird.
I'll look back at the.
They don't have Mickey eat it.
The little boy's not there anymore.
Yeah, I'll ride out that direction.
Yeah, you ride out towards the, right edge of the fence. You sort of look around. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Damn it.
Uh-oh.
You got my ass. I got too close. No!
All right. You see, the man, so this sort of wooden fence had a bit of vines draped over a portion of it. And stepping up, you see...
Wait.
I'm waiting.
I have Indomitable.
Oh, okay, well, he does also have a feature to lower your save, so do your Indomitable thing, and then he'll do his thing.
Okay. We decrease it. I'm so glad I remembered that. Alright. No!
Okay, never mind. He doesn't need to do it. So, he pops his head up, and instantly you're like, oh, I'm going to murder this person. And then he says, I suggest you go to find your friends and tell them that you killed me, and then my body disappeared.
Okay.
And you feel compelled to fulfill that request.
That was longer than
Alright,
6
then.
seconds. Doesn't count.
Was it? Does it say 6 words for the thing? Oh, longer than
It
6
said
seconds.
6
Okay,
seconds.
he says it really fast. Go tell your friends that you kill me and then... Yeah.
Wait, Alex, you had me time this out once to see
No,
if I could say
Yeah, I can say that in
was
6
an
seconds.
It was me and you doing
I'm
it.
saying
Yeah.
you need to do the same thing.
Okay. I suggest you go to your friends that you kill me and then my body destroyed.
Yeah, you got that in
Well, that was
less than 4 seconds.
unintelligible, so it doesn't work.
No, you heard every word of it.
Is that how that works? Alright, yeah.
Maximus is deaf in 1 ear from an explosion. It didn't count.
Luckily, it got in his other ear if he's only deaf in one.
He also hard of hearing in the other.
Either way, you
So-
are compelled
so
to
this
fulfill
is-
this request.
This is up to my interpretation, correct?
I
So long as I do those things.
think you have to complete them in good faith. Elsewise,
Yeah.
As soon as you say
Yeah.
it, you can say
It has
as soon
to-
as
it
you
has
say
to be
it, you can
alright.
be like, oh, that was a
that
lie.
is completely
As soon
true.
as you say
Yes,
it.
Yogi's speaking truth. When you fulfill this course of action, you can do whatever you want. You can ride back to the spot and kill him, but you have to fulfill that course of action within good faith.
Does Mickey count as my friends?
No, I don't think he counts as your friends. I think he counts as a friend, but not your friends.
He's
Max
like-
rides
What about
off
the
to go
horses he just
find
tied
his
up?
buddy
Yeah,
from the war.
Yeah, I'll ride back to I'll ride to the copse of trees then.
Yeah, you ride back to the copse of trees. Grania was
He
just
only
starting
sees Renesmee as his friend, so he drives all the way back to meet those.
based. Now that would be
Yeah.
very funny. Grania,
No!
at this point, Grania has now covered herself up in some leaves. Father Rixion is digging a little hidey hole out in the thing. Severus is up in the branches of the trees. You guys hear ba-dum, 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 and Maximus breaks through the underbrush, mounted atop Mickey, looking glorious, but he shouldn't be here. He was supposed to go take care of the horses, and yet he's ridden into this clearing.
You got him?
Yeah, I killed him and his body disappeared.
And then boom,
Fuck.
the spell ends.
Fuck!
What do you
I
mean?
Immediately wheel around. He mind tricked me. Let's go.
Oh,
shit.
I'll hop on Mickey if you let me.
I'll
Because we don't
grab
have
the-
horses.
I'm already gone. It's too late.
Okay, Maximus
Alright,
rides
I'm
off.
not into
I'm grabbing the loot and following.
Well,
Okay.
I'm running as fast as I can to my horse because he tied him up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you mentally tell your horse to come to you, and it just says like, I can't. I'm fucking tied up, man.
Wait. Wait.
Yeah.
So sad.
Yes,
Really
Dodo.
important thing. I'm upcasting fly. I'll be on all three of us then.
Oh shit! Okay, Rixion, Severus, and Grania lift up from the tree line. The speed
It
thing
doesn't
doesn't.
increase our speed though, right?
No, the speed thing, yeah, doesn't matter that much. But what does matter
Oh, we don't.
is the view you're gonna get, because Maximus is gonna take a little bit to exit this copse of trees, but and frankly he won't see much. However, Grania, Severus, and Rixion, you guys will lift up from the trees and you watch as
What time is it, by the way?
it's starting to slowly crawl into evening. Like the
Okay,
sun
it's
is
not dark,
getting.
so we don't have to worry about seeing.
No, not yet. The sun is starting to just barely crest underneath the horizon. Grania, Severus, Rixion, the three of you see that a whole section of the road flickers for a moment, and then it returns back to normal. But Maximus, you emerge from the tree line, and you see the townsfolk all sort of clustered together where they always have been, sort of behind that fence, and nothing else. You see barely no one else on the road. It's there, and then the light flickers. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It sort of blinks for
What
a
light
moment.
flickers?
From
On
the
the
road.
road?
Like the whole road.
How big is that? How big is that?
As a person who once
Place.
had hallucinatory terrain, do I recognize it as that?
There's a 150-foot cube of the road that seems to blink in and out of existence.
What is the use case of that? Does he hide in it? I don't understand. I guess I don't know in characters.
Can I fly above it and start pouring flour?
Y'all
Was it-
need
I
to tell
assume
me
it's-
that that's there.
it's
or I'm
way-
about to try and run into it.
Well, yeah, Maximus, you
Way too
emerge from
much
the
terrain,
woods,
right?
and yeah, it's way too much terrain, Sever. Like a 150-foot cube is huge. That's a three. No, it's how many
I
square
can
feet
play
is that?
warships.
That's 22,000 square feet.
Jesus.
Yeah, and I have 25 square feet. Try.
Yeah, play
I was like-
Battleship.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Play for battleship here. E4.
Yeah, it splashes against the ground eventually. So, Maximus, you
Yeah,
hurtle
I
forward.
ride-
Yeah.
I ride in the direction that I saw him.
Yeah, you hurtle forward to the spot that you last saw him, right behind that fence, and you just look around. There's no one here, because you guys have been doing
Is
all this
there
riding
any-
back and forth. It sort of
I'm gonna fly
scared
above-
people off the road.
Is there any indication he was there? Sorry, any sign of passage?
No, there's no tracks, which does strike you as odd. He doesn't seem particularly stealthy.
I'm gonna fly above that area.
Yeah.
That just blinked.
Yeah.
Visibly holding his loot and say, "You have 5 seconds to reveal yourself, or I'm breaking your loot."
You hear a voice in your head, Severus. It sounds like Father Rixion. Oh God, my heart! I think I'm dying.
I'm not falling for your shit.
I'll ride over to the townsfolk.
Yeah, you ride back across the field over towards a cluster of some 20 people. They look very confused. There's now 3 flying people shouting down at the road. You're riding. This is bizarre. They don't understand what's happening.
What happened to the individual after I rode off? Did you see anything?
He just disappeared.
Where was he?
I don't know, somewhere on the road over there.
I'll look where they're pointing.
I
Did
mean, it's
already
just
go
a
over
general
the spot
section of
where
the.
I was
It's
at?
very close to where you were at. Yeah, it's just like 30 feet over, but on the road.
Okay, I'll go over to the road.
Yeah.
Look around for any tracks or trails or anything.
Nope.
Carefully.
Severus, do you go through with your threat? It's been long past whatever deadline you gave.
I'll say again, Huber, this no more tricks. You like this loot, don't you? I know it's magical. You know it too.
You hear a voice in your head, Father Rixion. It is godly, heavenly. It is a voice that you haven't heard in a long time. My child, the Empire is fading. Defeat meets our legions. You must make your way to Mythos. Deliver victory for our people.
What voice is it? There's no way he has Aurelian Soul's voice.
No, it just sounds
right?
vaguely
Okay.
divine, not specifically irrelevant.
Okay.
So.
I have a
Unfortunate.
I have a question about plant growth. Do you actually detect when something's hot in your plants?
Oh, interesting.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No hit marker.
You would be able to see the plant.
You might be able to see them weave through it, right?
Latched onto
Yeah.
something.
Yes.
It is a very big. It's a 100-foot radius centered on a.
So it would cover about what is that, half in terms of area? No, it'd be, oh no, it's a 200-foot diameter, so it'll cover the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that then.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shout, "Quit your tricks!"
Okay, Grania casts plant growth. She speaks, and then you watch as all the grass around the road.
But she doesn't speak, right?
Sorry, Grania. A noise comes from Grania. You're right, she doesn't speak, but a noise comes from Grania, and plant growth is cast. And
oh wait, when she did fly, she had to touch us, so we really got up close with that.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, you just heard a noise, but her lips didn't move, so it must have been something else. Either way, the grass on either side of the road, which is there, grows taller, but since there's no grass on the road itself, the road doesn't change. Additionally, because of the way the grass grows, the hallucinatory terrain, while its area may include the surrounding grass, it didn't change any features there, which narrows it down massively. Something on the road has been illusionarily altered. It had to be, because there's no other reason to cast hallucinatory terrain if you're not going to change anything.
There can't be a trap door underground on a road, right?
That would be insane. How would he have built the trap door?
Okay, I don't have any
Can
idea.
I, at this point, tell the boundaries of the hallucinatory area?
No.
No, I can't. Okay.
No, because the road is...
Were you even aware of the hallucinatory area?
Well, I assume you guys are shouting. I assumed you guys were shouting and communicating.
Yeah, we'll shout that he did a trick.
Yeah.
I didn't know if
Okay, yeah,
so yeah, Maximus, you can narrow it down though.
Boundaries.
Yeah, you can start narrowing it down where it's on this 150-foot section of road-ish, maybe. Oh, actually, wait, no, because Granny is casting it there. So you have a 200-foot section of road. Somewhere on this 200-foot section of road, something is different. Yeah.
Okay, I'll start investigating the outer boundary of that area.
Yeah, as you start clip-clopping along the road.
Here all of a sudden.
Yeah, you see, basically, a dude appears next to the road and starts sprinting towards the copse of trees.
Yeah, okay, I'll just run him down.
Okay, you start running him down.
Are you shouting? Are we all going that way?
I'll
Yeah.
Can I see him from where we're flying still?
No, you can. Yeah, you guys can all see him.
Oh, then yeah, we all converge.
Oh, wait. Sorry, how far is he actually?
He is
How far
currently
away is he?
120 feet away from you.
Yeah, while I'm fucking pursuing him, I'm gonna start shooting him with a...
Yeah, as you start pursuing him, he is moving faster than your horse.
Fortunately, I can still shoot him with a longbow.
Okay, sounds good.
Will I be able to catch
you
him
have
within a
those-
range of 90 feet or no?
Damn, he's moving faster
Probably
than a
not.
horse?
Correct. He is
Shit.
moving faster than a horse, and his running looks a bit weird.
His running looks
How
weird.
so?
Weird how? Yeah.
Well, have you ever played a video game where your character movement's a bit off, or the animation doesn't match how quickly you're moving?
Is he doing Mr. Weed?
It looks a bit like that.
He's jogging, but it's fucking...
Well, yeah, it looks like he's sprinting full speed, but the animation of the legs
Is it
doesn't quite
silent
match how
image?
it's...
Can you move silent image that quick? How fast can you move silent image?
Oh.
Either way, you notice that, and you fire an arrow, make a longbow attack.
Okay.
I will say this,
No,
since he has
no,
hallucinatory
sorry,
terrain, he's
that-
at least
that-
has level 4
That took me a
spells.
little bit to figure out what you were actually saying. No, if that's the case, I don't shoot a longbow at it.
Okay, do you continue to chase it, or do you just let it run off into the
No,
copse
no.
of trees?
No, I never choose to.
Oh, you instantly recognized. Oh, okay, this is like in video games when the guys move out of Anastep with their
Sorry.
animation.
I don't know what to tell you. It's...
Okay. Well, the man gets up from the road, obviously the bard in question, of course, and starts to sprint off towards the copse of trees at 240 feet around, and then runs into the copse of trees.
That's fine. They have all of his shit. It's...
Yeah.
I will trot along the border of the hallucinatory area and look. Did that fucking sprinting thing leave any tracks?
No.
How
Okay.
long did Maximus take to get to us?
About a minute.
Okay, because hallucinatory terrain takes 10 minutes to cast. So was that enough time?
Yes, because it would have been enough time.
He cast it beforehand, right?
Well, no,
Well, it
you guys
seemed
saw
like you just
no,
cast
you
it.
guys saw when the spell was cast. When you emerged from the tree line,
Oh.
you saw it get cast.
So I'll look up at the others. He's
Yeah,
in there.
Yeah, you point along a
He's still in
200-foot
the-
section of road.
Terrain.
I'll point at the road. He's in there somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Good. No, I'm
so.
asking, is he in
I
there?
think so. I didn't see him leave.
You all
Besides
think
that,
he's in there.
I only saw
Okay.
that one thing run off.
Yeah, that fucking whatever the fuck it was. Alright, so,
Maximus,
I mean,
20 feet in front of you, a full-sized version of the man appears. He, with his hands, does a bit of a gesture. He sort of like turns around, sort of lifts up the undergarments that he is wearing and shows you his bare ass. And then the image disappears.
he's definitely a bard. That's for sure.
Do you want us
Yeah,
to
he's,
painstakingly go through all of this, or do you just want to
he's-
reveal yourselves right now?
He's
This
in
can
there.
go. This can go annoying or real painful for you.
Also, you took into effect the. Did you get affected by a plant growth at all when running?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The plant growth worked how it's meant to work.
I'm gonna. He's still in that area, right? Or we're still flying, right?
You guys are still flying, yes.
I'm gonna pull my short sword, and I'm just gonna fly at like knee height and just gonna slash the air continuously until I,
I
hit
mean,
something.
Okay.
he can just get out of your way each time.
Well, hallucinatory
faster.
terrain doesn't change. That is fixed. So if, because let's talk about how hallucinatory terrain works. So if you think he's invisible, that's one thing. In which case, he should probably just leave right now, because none of you are particularly good trackers. If it's hallucinatory terrain, this will make fixed changes in the terrain, like a bump in the road or a dip in the road or something like that, and then it will just make the whole thing appear like that. But he can't change it once it's cast. It'll just remain like that.
So are there any like crates on the road or
No,
something?
the
that you
road is
could have
completely empty.
specifically put up. Okay.
Any
Yeah.
bumps
I
on the
imagine-
road?
So
notably.
is he probably? Do we think he's laying down on like a bump somewhere then?
Oh, the 20-foot thing, the thing that the fucking guy mooning me, did he show up outside of the affected area?
No, he did not show up outside of the plant growth. He couldn't have.
No, outside of the
Hallucinatory terrain and the plant growth are the same thing. I'm pretty
They're
sure. Right?
almost the same thing. The plant growth is slightly larger than the hallucinatory terrain.
Wait, but if the plant grows along
Except
the
that it's not on the
actual-
road.
But the plant grows along the actual terrain, meaning that
Correct.
where
So
we
all
don't
the
see
grass
plant growth-
that's how you narrowed it down to the road, because all the area around the road, the plants grew and it didn't affect it at all. So you know it's the
How
road.
wide is
How big
how
is
wide
this
is the road?
area?
Oh yeah, how wide is the road actually? I
The
don't
road
know.
is about 20 feet wide.
So in essence, 4 horses wide.
Two
And how
horses
long
wide.
is the area
Okay,
on the
so yeah,
road?
I'm going to
200
I'm gonna
feet,
get
Echo.
Father Rixion to get up on his
Wait,
horse.
200 feet by 20 feet?
Yeah.
That's the area he's definitely in?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Alright.
can I get Father Rixion to get up on his horse?
Yeah, I'll get on my horse and I'll let
Yeah.
you know.
Alright.
You go off
Don't
to
find
fetch.
out.
Side to side?
Yeah, you go
I'm
off
going
to fetch
fly
your
above
horse,
them
Father
and have,
Rixion.
sleep ready. I'm gonna ready in action to sleep if I see him.
Okay. Yeah, give me a couple moments, because Father Rixion needs to fetch his horse, and I need to look at look at something on his sheet.
Oh,
Okay.
on my sheet.
No, not on your sheet, on the barn sheet.
Wait, actually, no, I won't ready in action because if he pops up an illusion, it's gonna. burn
Yeah,
me.
he's
He's not undead, right? Okay, divine sense isn't gonna help you.
If you think he's a
I
fiend, you
like
should
it.
go for it.
It's free. I mean, like it's not
Okay.
like I need him.
Ethan, you need to make your
Text
way
the
to
fluttering one.
Ethan. Make your way to Mickey's sheet and make a wisdom save. Actually, we know what is Mickey's intelligence.
like I don't know, the intelligence of a riding horse.
What is a riding horse's intelligence?
Oh, warhorse. Even.
What is a warhorse?
I don't even.
intelligence?
Okay, I don't even have like the. No, he's a riding horse.
Oh, I
he
thought
is
Mickey's a warhorse.
I did too, actually.
No.
Oh,
'cause
did I
Mickey
not
is
give
the
you a
horse I
separate
got.
Mickey sheet?
No, all you gave was just an attack for him.
Oh,
Like I
okay,
have
okay.
generic NPCs riding horse.
Oh, that's perfect. What's the intelligence?
I don't know. It doesn't say. It literally
What?
just. I wish
Huh?
I could show you.
A
this.
riding
No, no,
horse
it's fine, it's fine,
has
it's fine,
2
I'll go fine.
intelligence.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Mickey starts sprinting northward towards a
Like,
collection of trees.
I'm going to. All right. So if I
Look
think
at my
this is the same
horse.
thing. All right. This is the same thing that happened to me. So I don't think there's any stopping Mickey until he.
Can you
finishes
suggest a
what he's
horse?
doing, no matter what I do. So I'm just going to bail, and I have.
Okay, you override
Things
your
that
saddle
prevent
and
me
you
from-
jump off your horse.
Well, I don't have to override. I just leave.
Okay, yeah. You undo your stirrups, you jump off Mickey, and he just keeps sprinting full speed northward.
He's
we
on
have
your horse
all
invisibly.
shouted Father Rixion to get a second horse when he goes to get his horse.
I'll
In
just
fact,
unlatch all 3 of them.
Just get all the
I'm
horses.
unlatching all of them, yeah.
I'll just
Okay.
sit down smack dab on the middle of the road and start ritual casting Detect Magic.
You're gonna go blind.
Yeah,
Okay.
that way, yeah.
Father Ixion, you bring the horses back. It took about a minute to do so. Mickey has still not been seen.
Come back.
What a fucked situation. What a
right, let's,
fucked situation.
What do I do to get out of this?
I'll get on one of the horses.
Yeah.
All right, Father
Okay,
Rixion,
okay.
side to
Father
side.
Ixion, this is what he has to do. Father Ixion, Maximus, both make wisdom saving throws.
Where is he getting all of these?
His
You get
spells.
a you're right next to me, Maximus, so you get a +3.
Yo,
If we don't want him to keep
based!
targeting us with this, I can also turn all 4 of us invisible. If we want to do that.
Okay,
Invisible.
Father Ixion passes, obviously.
I get a +3. You said?
Yes,
you said
you
a
do.
Wisdom save?
Yeah, wisdom save, because you are within, you're within 10 feet of Father
Damn
Ixion.
it!
Indomitable?
Fuck,
Now,
dude,
here's the
it's not-
thing,
I don't
here's
think
the thing.
How
I
does
have a wisdom.
Indomitable work?
That does fail,
Once
but
per
it doesn't
fight.
matter. The guy's not going to keep it, because if it doesn't affect both of you, it's worthless. So, actually,
Oh, okay.
wait a minute.
Cool.
No, yeah, it is worthless. So yeah, you see a pattern of beautiful, sparkly colors appear in the air around you, and
Magic
Maximus,
class.
you just start looking at
Father
them, and
Ixion
you go slack-jawed, and then the spell just ends.
Father Rixion immediately. Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, the guy just
Oh,
ended the
what
spell.
was it?
fuck. It was
Well,
probably,
you say
what's-
that the lights were somewhat hypnotic.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
hypnotic
it's a hypnotic pattern. Yeah.
It would still
where are
be
you standing?
decent to keep up. I would just have to use
Wait,
an action to
wait,
shake
wait,
it.
wait.
Yeah, Father Rixion, let's go. So the two of us are just gonna ride down the road on our horses, and we will just run over the road.
Stop.
Not that wide.
Wait,
Oh,
where
You
were
ready?
you standing when he cast the hypnotic pattern?
Yeah, he has to be within 60 feet, I
Correct.
think, right?
Yes.
Indeed.
wherever I'm standing now.
Yes, you can do some math now. He has to be within.
Some triangulation.
Okay, yeah, you can do some triangulation. You have a 200-foot section of road. Now you can narrow it down to within 60 feet. So he is within basically a 60-foot by 20-foot section of road.
Okay, so we can still just run him over.
Wait, 60 foot?
Yep,
By
60-foot by 20-foot section.
Alright.
At this point, okay, you guys see, crawling up, basically like emerging from the road, you see the bard. He has his little flute in his hand. He has, his full-length undergarments that, it's just like a long, lengthy shirt that sort of goes to his mid-thighs, and he says, all right. It has been one heck of a chase, but, you can tell me, perhaps one of your wives.
I'm not letting him finish casting.
Drop
If he's
the
within range,
flute.
if he's
Sure.
within range,
Drop
I'm
the
casting
flute.
sleep.
Okay, you cast sleep.
Okay. Oh yeah.
But you don't need to roll it. It doesn't do anything because it's not actually
Unless
him.
it's- Yeah, I was gonna say, this is a fucking
So
illusion again.
burn the sleep spell, and the bard doesn't even notice because there's just So the guy just keeps talking and says,
Wait,
so
is he within that? Wait, maybe he is.
No, he's not within the radius.
I'm going to try to let
Okay.
them know that it's not him. If they're nearby me.
I mean, yeah, you start signing, but I think they're all looking at the thing. That is one of the
Well,
unfortunate
okay,
parts
Bard's
about it.
walking up to me, I'm gonna touch
No, he's
him.
not. He's
I'm
not
gonna
walking
try
up to you.
restrain
He has not been moving at all. He's just been standing at the same spot in the road, and he started talking.
Well, if nobody's telling me anything, I'm gonna walk up to apprehend him.
Okay.
I'm
Oh, stop!
looking.
Father
He's in the
Rixion,
middle of
stop,
talking.
Stop! Stop!
Another trick.
He continues
Yes.
and says, so what do we sort of need to resolve this? Is there something you need from me?
Well, how about you
I need
actually
to-
reveal yourself?
I don't think I will.
Well, we still know what the 60-foot range. We
You
can just ignore
absolutely
this
still know
guy
that.
now.
Rennie is watching the opposite direction that he could escape in on this thing. 'Cause it's
Alright.
all
Have you
our
ever
attention
been-
towards this.
Have you ever had a horse ride over your body?
I don't think that's going to happen. I have a get out of jail free card, as it were, but I really, really don't want to use it because it's unpleasant and very expensive. So let's talk this through. What do you need from me? What can I give you?
We need you.
What have I done?
I'm gonna list out his crimes. I have the papers.
Yeah, you take out the paper and just read out, in this town you did this, in this town you did this. And after the second town he says, I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. You see, and I know this is hard to believe, I actually have a twin brother.
Hilarious.
All right, it was worth trying, all right? Okay, here's the serious thing. What if I told you I am actually enslaved by a demon who's forced me to do these
Okay,
horrible things, and I will
how
actually
about
tell
another-
you its
next
location.
one. Next joke.
Okay.
No, I'm
Actually,
serious on this one.
what?
His name is Varsathrix
If that was
Markin
his true name, it would summon him right now.
Dakrin-Thox. Well, only if it's his literal true name, but demons have tons of names other than their actual true
Can I
name.
roll if I have heard of this demon?
Varthracthrix Mangmin Madavak?
Yeah, it's made up.
Already a
but-
different name.
Obviously not. Fuck.
Yeah, you've not heard of him.
Well, that might tie back into the righteousness religious conversation we had before that he's
The Sagittarius say, okay, fine,
Put him right back
fine.
in.
Let's break this down real simple. Maybe I did those things. And maybe it had nothing to do with profit. This is all true. But what if I told you that I'm actually a very rare doppelganger and preserving me is sort of
next
like...
one.
You didn't even let me finish that one.
Should we?
Yeah,
run
they're
over
getting boring.
yet?
Come on, man.
All right.
Wasting-
This is the real one. This is the truth. Not a single lie coming from my
Next
heart.
one.
I'm gonna get up on my horse and motion for Father Rixie.
Wait,
Yeah,
your
he's-
horse,
he's-
your
he's
horse, your horse.
delaying.
If it does this, your horse will go to hell.
Yeah, let's keep going.
I'll look down. I'll look down at the horse that isn't mine. Okay.
And that other horse too, the one that's running away, it'll be running for 24 hours. Do you know what that does to a horse?
Well, won't it
Well,
actually
that-
stop as
that-
soon as he's
that-
unconscious?
Nah, this isn't concentration. Your friend, your little horsey boy, is running off northward.
That does
He's gonna be frothing at the mouth. He's gonna be dying. He's gonna be thirsty, and you're gonna be here
You know
doing
who's also gonna
nothing.
be frothing at the mouth and
Wait, I'll
dying?
turn to Father Rixion. Doesn't suggestion make you not able to do anything that'll hurt you?
Why are you asking me? I guess that's the way I've heard it. Yeah,
You know magic.
He doesn't know.
it's not within my expertise, but that is my
Severus.
understanding.
I've
Shadow
read a bit about the spell,
Severus.
yeah.
Yeah, Granny, make me a perception check.
If I fail this, the flooding one's also going to make one, by the way.
He doesn't get it. That's not how that works. He doesn't get a separate one on top of you. You can do it. I guess you can do like a small
do it
plus
for
on
this
yours
and
if you
that.
want. But
I will be
yeah,
saying
you can have him do it
Maximus,
instead of you.
Proficiency, he can help. right?
Yeah.
Suggestion doesn't last 24 hours, so whatever this is it not suggestion?
correct.
I'm just hopping on my horse and I'm going to where we think.
Yeah,
he
the
is based on
illusion
the map.
the illusion disappears as you hop on your
Does
horse.
he have a sheet?
Yeah, right. Doesn't he?
I thought the face spirit was the summon that I had. Or was that him?
I think it. No, that is the summon you have, but I think it has the. Oh, the reason we didn't make one is because you literally never use his stats. Let me pull it up.
So just give me a +2, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Just do that.
Loading.
Loading. Okay, the major image disappears. Yeah. What were you doing, Father Rixion?
I was getting on my horse and going to where I think he is, based off the map.
All right.
Okay.
Wait,
All right. Let's run him.
19.
We'll get to that.
Run him over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys start trotting down the road. Severus has to get out of the way.
Oh no, like full speed.
Sure, Severus needs to get out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys
Whatever
ride
just
down the.
flies up or something.
Sure. Presumably, one could consider that getting out of the way. And then you guys ride hard down the road, action dash. All it takes is 6 seconds to boom. And as you're riding across the road, Maximus, you instantly recognize where the dip was because your horse goes across it and it dips down slightly and then upward. And you can see the feet of your horse like going through the fake terrain. It's a very weird thing to see. It's like going through water almost. And then you merge onto the other side and you don't hear any like crippled like pain of someone getting trampled. However, Grania, you do see, and it takes you a bit to spot it just because they actually did do pretty well in their stealth, but they did not get a 19. So you see in your plant growth, and if your plant growth wasn't there, you probably wouldn't be able to, but near the edge of your plant growth, you can see a couple of leaves being pushed to the side as someone pretty stealthily moves their way through the grass.
Can I double Eldritch
Oh.
Blast it?
Sure, at disadvantage.
Even though I know where he is?
That is how invisibility works, yeah. If you know where they are, you do it at disadvantage. We need line of sight to have normal attacks.
Line of sight this. Grabs pants.
What?
He said line of sight this, and then he said grabs my nuts.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
Oof.
12 hits, and an
Come on.
18 also hits.
Yeah, he can't be bad.
A 12 hits?
Yeah, he's
What the
naked,
heck?
bro. All right,
Yeah,
you.
he might have like a 16 dex. I don't know.
No.
No,
he doesn't.
When she does that,
It doesn't
I'll
matter.
go around.
What happens is Renesmee, Jesus, Grania fires, boom, boom. 2 green bolts come flying down from the sky. You both make contact instantly. His invisibility breaks because he's dead. The hallucinatory terrain does
my
continue.
God.
The hallucinatory terrain does continue though because it's a flat duration with no concentration, as well as another magical effect related to a certain horse. But he's dead. His invisibility drops,
Thank God,
and
okay.
a body hits the ground, dead. If you believe it's the real one, and a flute hits the ground beside him.
Oh, nice shot, Grania. I'll ride on over to him.
Yeah, ride on over, recover his
You
body.
ride over through the grass, you reach down. Do you think he's
Is
real?
it actually a
suppose you
real
have-
body?
Maximus, do you think
I don't
he's real?
suppose you have a. Yeah, I think he's fine.
Okay, you touch him, and
Not that-
he's warm to the touch. He won't be for long, but he is warm still.
No. I'll roll him over. He's dead as shit, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I'll
mean,
pick up
like
his
you can see
flute.
his whole rib cage is like blasted outward because he was hit in the back, so it's like exploded the entire front of his chest outward.
Oh, was he just a commoner that had a magic item?
So he's not a commoner; he is a bard. And
Oh,
he did.
Grania doesn't have
The high level
agonizing
bard
He
damage.
must-
with less
So
than
what I'm
16
saying, he must
HP.
have. Yeah, he must have been like a level fucking 1 or 2.
He was not that high level of a bard, but you do notice on his person that he has a flute, which is just a normal flute, non-magical. However, inside of his, strapped to his inner thigh, so sort of like near his balls, is a small little scroll case, which contains, it's a small little scroll case if you don't want to touch it, but it is strapped to his upper thigh.
You already have it, Yogi. That's what the plus 10 is from.
I'll
Oh,
open it up.
no, you roll 2d10. There is no plus 10.
Damage.
You roll 2d10. You roll 1d10 plus 5 for each bolt. And you're just rolling 2 1d10s.
That is also true. For Agonizing Blast, you should have had, or Agonizing, whatever it's called, you get more damage on your...
90% sure that was configured correctly before now.
Well, I mean, no one ever touched it, so... Anyways, yeah, there's that. I guess if you don't want to touch it, that's a big L, Maximus.
No, I.
Okay, you cut the
His
straps.
invisible, his fake flute or whatever.
It's not a fake flute, it's
His
just a
real
flute.
I know, I picked it up though.
Okay, you pick up his flute. Yeah, you cut the straps to the scroll case and pick it up. Inside, there are 2 remaining scrolls.
I'll look at them.
They are written in Tabrashan. Do you read that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, these scrolls are for teleport, and a scroll of, where is it? Hypnotic pattern.
Teleport.
Ozo didn't use his teleport.
He didn't think he needed it.
That's a 7th level, 8th
Ah,
level.
that was his. It's a 7th level. That was his get out of jail free card.
Yeah.
And he didn't use it. What an idiot!
Okay,
He
well,
was
he's
like- he thought he'd
literally
fill it
10,
with the
yeah, literally
lines.
10 feet away, like 10 feet from getting out of the thing. Like,
He instantly got caught.
no, he was like
he
10
got- he
feet
got
from
down.
getting out of the plant growth. He was almost out.
Oh, I thought Grania saw him.
Damn.
She saw
Good
him
job,
when she was,
Grania.
yeah, she saw him when he was right
Yeah,
about to
we
leave the
were
plant
letting
growth.
his dumb major image distract us.
You literally, yeah, you started talking about it and shit, so he had all the time he needed.
Okay, yeah, I'll add
Yeah.
both of those to my sheet.
There you go.
Can he do major image and invisibility? Are they not both concentrated?
Invisibility?
identify
No,
the
no, no, no.
roof.
That's why the major image ended, and then you guys started talking about it. Like you were talking to one another
No,
about
we
the
were
thing the major
talking
image
about
said.
the-
Yeah.
I thought we were talking to him as he was escaping visibly.
No. It's just the major image disappeared, and then he said something about horses, and you guys, and then Maximus like, wait, how does suggestion? And then you guys started talking about it, and that's when he started thinking.
We started talking, but okay, it doesn't matter.
We got him. He's dead.
True, it doesn't matter.
I'll
He's
fucking-
dead.
I'll slap his body up onto the horse and then go and find him.
I want to
Cool.
identify the loot. was
Sure.
magic.
Didn't break it.
Do we want to go get the rest of his kit, or do we think it's worthless?
What's the rest of
Well,
his
there's
kit?
money.
All the stuff underneath the base of the tree.
Oh, you only brought the loot? I thought
He
you picked
only,
up
he's
all of it.
explicitly
Yeah,
said
let's
he
go
only
pick
brought
up
the
his
money.
money.
I only brought the magical items.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
go pick up his money.
You guys ride back to the tree, and all told, what we have here is we have one set of fine clothes, one fancy hat, the 2 scrolls that Maximus now has on his sheet, the scroll case, his beggar's clothes, I mean, his undergarments. Then we have a normal flute, it's just a arcane focus. And then we have a magical lute that does... it is a instrument of bards. It is a DOS lute. Specifically, what it allows you to do is it gives you the spells Animal Friendship, Protection from Energy, Fire Only, and Protection from Poison. And you can do a. If you can't
What about,
play the instrument very well, you take psychic damage when trying to attune to it. Yes.
Does he have a document, a forged document?
Yeah, I mean, so the rest of his supplies you can find. He in the coin purse, he had a total of 20 pence. If anyone wants to add that to their sheet.
Sure.
Crickets.
Somebody else will.
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
He has 20 pence. Do you want it?
I already took it.
Okay,
We should
Rixion took it.
pull all of this separately because it's probably gonna like go to the government or whatever.
The 20 pence?
The 20
Yes,
pence.
all of his money.
Okay.
No exceptions.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Yeah. Cool. Then also he has a small little satchel bag which was stored alongside the flute and the clothing, and inside there is a certificate for a bard by the name of Huba the Fat from the Department of Civility. There is a what?
Huba the Fair.
Huba. What'd I say?
I had again.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Huba the Fair. And then there is also a small letter that is written in gibberish. I mean, you don't recognize it's Tabrashian, but the words don't make any sense. Then there is a addition.
Would Heko know in like Thieves' Can if it's Thieves' Can?
It's definitely not Thieves' Can.
Okay.
Nor is any like code that Heko recognizes, though. That doesn't say much because Heko was taught 3, which he knows very well, which are Imperial Legionary ones, Frumentari ones, and then sort of like generic thievy ones. But if this is done by like another nation or another military, then you wouldn't know those just because you don't know every cipher system in the world. Bringing this to a cryptologist and maybe they could help you more.
Do I recognize the Imperial Legion code?
Of course you do, yeah.
Can I read that?
It's not, yeah. It's not that, but yes, you recognize that. Yeah. Well, no, it is kind of complicated. No, actually, wait. Last session, this came up. You rolled for it, and you didn't recognize it. I remember this specifically because there was one used by legionary messengers. And you're like, oh, maybe I picked it up. You rolled the d20. It's like, no, you do not.
I do remember this one.
Anyways, so yeah, there's that, and then the rest of the satchel is empty. So this guy was a light traveler.
Fucking should have brought a breastplate, Pozo.
Yeah, true.
Why did he drop all this shit here?
And he was in his undergarments. I'm gonna take a wild guess. He was like having some fun with somebody in the village.
Either way, what do we want to take from him and add to sheets? Obviously, none of you can use the instrument. It'll literally kill you if you try to. So,
the lute and the flute?
Well, the flute's not magical.
Well, the flute is just a regular flute.
Oh.
And the lute,
can only
does
be
psychic
attuned
damage
to
to you.
bard.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not just bards. It's if you can't play the instrument. So if you have proficiency with lute, you can attune to it fine. But if you don't, you take psychic damage constantly.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Renez may have proficiency with
different in
the
the
lute.
world.
I feel like she might have something weird.
Because normally it's like an item that can only be attuned to by a bard.
Anyone can do it. It just you'll take psychic damage if you can't play it. Chowder brings up a good point. Sell that shit to the Department of Magic, yeah.
The Department of Magic will
Yes,
pay for it, though.
yes, obviously take it. Yeah, that's why I'm taking it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Then who's adding it to their sheet?
All right, I'll add it to my sheet then.
Okay, great.
No. You're gonna sell it and not give us money.
He does give it. Okay,
I identified it. I had it the entire time.
Okay,
I never
true.
gave it to
Based.
Grace.
That's a good middle ground. All right.
Also, I absolutely am going to share the money with you guys. There has never been a time.
That is true.
where
He is
average
very
players
generous.
have never asked.
Now, does he spend more than the rest of the party combined?
There was
Yes.
a time when Zed asked and you did not give a fair percentage, but you did give enough. So that's
to be fair, I don't think he's ever given a fair percentage, but he does give you what you asked for. Even you have to admit that, Ethan. You spend like more than the rest of the party combined.
Yes, that's because I'm like, do you guys want anything? And they're like,
That is true. That is
and
true.
They never say anything.
That is true,
I'm
actually.
Like, all right, then, cool.
Anyways, add a
Remember
DOS
that one
loot to
time
your.
I offered to give a shit ton of money to Lars, and he just straight up said.
Well, that's just Lars being Lars, you know.
But yeah, there was also a time where you gave Zed and Lars money, and then Zed just took Lars's money.
Based.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Does anyone want to carry the gibberish letter?
I think Heko should, or I think Sever should have it because he's the most likely to find somebody that can decode it.
Based.
But I'd ring gibberish letter from bards.
Okay. Well then, Since we are nearing... Oh, we're well over our session time. I didn't realize the bar cat and mouse took so long.
Oh, man.
Well then, we can deal with the rest of this next time. We'll finish helping the new religious dictatorship in Ravinium, and then we'll continue on our quest of assisting judges with random shit in the countryside.
Was everything he had a scroll? Because he had, like, no health.
Who's to say? All right. Well, I will see you guys next week. No, I don't think we can play next week. I don't know. We'll figure out the scheduling. Scheduling's fucked for August. We'll maybe play next week or maybe in 2 weeks. We'll see. And we'll figure that out. So, bye-bye.